Hello. It's time to play some bad factions today. Skaven. Gonna be playing Skaven. We're gonna have some dwarf action. Maybe even some greenskins. Maybe some lizard men. The guys you never see. Maybe even Zinch. We'll see. Some of them are better than others. Not all of them are hot garbage, but definitely all of them are pretty weak sauce in today's meta. So that's the plan. Hopefully we don't get knocked out super quickly. This is a Swiss tournament though, so I can't afford one loss at least. So there is that. Alright, last minute check-ins. Sent a message. We have one person that still needs to check in, and then we're good. I am the worst faction. What about some coast too? Maybe. We're gonna be playing all the not really played factions. All the underloved factions. Here we go. Generating the bracket. Goblins, round one. Begin. And who are we up against? Zanbrand. Nice. Yo. Very nice. Alright, let's get them that code. Pin maps. Still work, kind of. Although it's not remembering some of the maps that I pinned. I don't know exactly what's going on. But I swear the maps don't stay pinned. There's something up. Something weird going on. But at least it's progressing. I guess that's what the beta's for. Alright, so we're on Eastern Isle Colony. Very exciting. Alright, let's do it. Yeah, Coast is definitely underplayed. Coast is super underplayed. Oh, he pre-chose greenskins. Nice. Alright. 3 factions to counter greenskins on Eastern Isle. What do we got? We have Nurgle. We have Skaven. And we have what's it? If I pick Coast, he's just gonna ban it, right? You know what? I'll leave Coast in there just for you. Think you can manage to get to round 2 today? Well, it's a Swiss tournament, so even if I lose all 4 rounds, we're good. I'd like to make it to semifinals though. That's the plan. Alright, what's it gonna be? Yeah. Does he want to play greenskins versus Nurgle? Maybe. You're safe. Greenskins versus Coast? What a mad lad. Alright. The classic. Dang, man. Alright, guy wants to face Coast. Alright. I guess greenskins have an okay matchup versus Coast. I can't force Skaven upon people. If they want to ban it, they will. Do I have a build? Do I have a Vampire Coast build versus greenskins? No. The problem is the Savage Orcs are actually kind of sick at bullying my stuff here. Other than that, we okay. More suffering tournaments. I feel like I already know how to play Chaos and Norska, right? And Wood Elves, and we know how to kite. Yeah, I've been enjoying you won last night's turn tournament with Sky Cutters. Yo, the Sky Cutter arrow variant is basically a Scourge Runner chariot. It's like an expensive Scourge Runner chariot with a whack load of ammo. It's insanely good. With 3 of them, you can kill a Crypt Horror immediately, man. It's crazy. Anyone banned Skaven in Warhammer 3? I've banned Skaven. There were a couple instances where I actually wanted to ban Skaven, strangely enough. Let's see if he's playing the Green Boys. How do we want to do this? I don't want to just get rushed down, you know? Doggos are good, Morngulls are okay. Could use some Bat Bombers. Some Deck Droppers. Mortars can be pretty fun. They don't like getting hit by artillery. I'll tell you that. Yeah, mortars are pretty cool. I just need to be able to defend them with bloated corpses, obviously. Let's see, what else do I want here? What else? Ooh, okay, yeah. Alright, now we're talking. Yo, Vampire Coast is actually pretty easy to money min-max. It's very straightforward. Alright, I just need a deck dropper bomber. And then, yeah, this guy's dead. Nurgle vs. High Elf game was dope. Yo, I got the Caradrian proc. Turin actually gave me a bit of a run for my money, though. It was less of a stomp than I thought it would be. I thought the Sky Cutters, you know, killing off like one of his ogres for free was a win. But no, it was actually kind of scary. The Rot Knights. The Rot Knights was insane. But alright, at the Vampire Coast. Yeah, Turin beat Danican. Yo, Danican trying to learn vampire counts is scary. Danican absolutely has his eyes on a bunch of factions. Like the guy is gonna learn so much scary stuff. I think the next time we face him, he's gonna be like, he's gonna know everything. We're gonna be super screwed. All right, but this is a very vanilla coast playstyle. Come on. We got our line of infantry. We got our Silastra, artillery. Pretty good luck, have fun. Very normal stuff. We got dog spam, some depth guard, some bombers. What's not to love? It's like Nurgle's only good matchup. Yeah. All right, but the plan is simple. We walk forwards, and then we just have to somehow uptrade Savage Orcs. I think I have enough ways to deal with Savage Orcs where we'll be fine though. What spells did you have on Alariel? Tempest and the heal. The healing, the Earthbloods were insane. Tempest is just so that he can't counter my flyers. Kraken King gun lines, not quite. I always like the handgun mobs more. Alright, he's ready. And what do we got? We got some stone trolls, some swamp things. It's a troll build. We got a Night Goblin war boss. Nothing too crazy though. Everything's pretty normal, I'd say. Gotta be careful with these guys. I keep accidentally letting them get caught in melee. And that's a bit of a misplay. Looks like we got some units over here. Very interesting. Accidentally, he wasted my ammo. He wasted one of my shots on the artillery pieces. That's a little annoying. So what is that? Just some night goblins? Maybe they are the fanatical variant. We'll see. gonna punish him here. And then we're just gonna let him advance. We're gonna bully the night goblins. Boom. That is some crazy shock damage. They did not like that in the slightest. A little bit of a calf flank, not a big dealio. And I think we just hunker down. I don't really need to push this point. I think we want to hunker down and play for this right side. That just seems a little bit smarter. I'm also noticing a supreme lack of archers. So I'm just going to fly my bats over here. They can start bullying all these guys. Here come the gobbos. Oh, we got zombies. Oh, we got zombies for days, man. So we're just gonna send them on in. We're gonna use the crabos to fight these guys. And then when his cav comes in, I don't think it'll be too much of a problem. They're actually kind of late, which is really bad for them. Yeah, there they are. Finally arriving now, but his line over here is already starting to falter. I'd be a little worried if I was him. Okay, now here's the fun part. Here's the fun part. All right. We're gonna bloat him. Run! Run, you darn zombies! The bloat's coming! Oh, okay, there we go. It did not hit that well. Well, that was disappointing. I thought the bloat would do better. I thought it would do better. At least the artillery is still alive. That's pretty cool. It did soften up his orc boys. I guess there is that. Sure, let's do this. Bring him in. The bomber mobs are having their way with this front line. And I don't think this greenskin build I don't think it has the chops really. Unfortunately, there's just not enough to actually punch through. Mass goblins is supremely risky, I would say. Especially trolls too against an undead faction. You're asking for it. You're asking for the mulching. Yeah, there go those stone trolls. They served well, but now they are gone. And I can just escort them off the battlefield with this. The artillery continues to be a supreme leadership debuff for my opponent. There you go. Night Terrors routing off some orc boys. I think this game went very well for us. Overall, minimal losses. A solid victory for the Vampire Coast. Do you have no caster? Maybe not. Maybe not. I did play a Skaven vs Tomb Kings game without a caster the other day. Yo, Skaven vs Tomb Kings is such suffering. Skaven are really bad at dealing with Nahakar and Horsemen. Can I just say that? My goodness, are they bad at dealing with that? Oh crap, they're too close. I can't shoot. How's this going? Dang, okay, so trolls with the buffs actually do kill the Lamprey's Revenge, even with their 59 melee defense. That's mildly terrifying anyways, actually. These swamp things over here. Look at them go. They're just chilling. You know, surprising strengths in this greenskin. In this greenskin build. There's a few things that are actually not terrible. I do think the goblins are really bad though. The goblins feel the worst. I don't think they did anything. So I'd probably cut those and replace them with savage orcs. The trolls are not bad, but you have to be able to defend them. I wouldn't take so many. They just seem so route prone. But they can kill the crabs, which I think is cool. Alright, so how do you get these guys to shoot properly? Oh, boy. Come on. What you gotta do? Okay, you know what? No attack commands. Attack commands are cursed in this game. What are you doing? Just shoot. Okay, this should be the right angle. Yeah, there we go. We got that last volley off. Alright. Get out of there. The jank. The jank is real. Yeah, you definitely need some arrow boys too. Some savage orc arrow boys. That also helps out a lot. The dang Night Terror is going pretty hard. I think with all these large units, probably worth to get the Lamprey's Revenge, and now we're just zombie spamming into the horizon. At this point, he's down traded too hard though. There's basically nothing left. So we don't need to super try hard here. We can just kind of relax. Like we got the Silostra in here. She'll just tear out these guys. Life is good. Tell me it's Nurgle time. Nurgle will come. I don't know how to play Nurgle, but we will attempt it. Maybe they'll clutch it out. I think the bloat did more value damage to my army than my opponent. Yeah, but the mortars still have 4 entities, so technically the actual like valuable part of the mortar is still operational. So you could say that's not bad, I guess. It didn't do a lot to his units though. I think just the cost of the bloat already made it pretty bad, but you know, it's so be it. Skaven, yeah. Skaven we're gonna be whipping out as soon as we can, don't you worry. Also, he does have magic. Night Gobbo Shaman. Goblin Shaman's pretty cool. Look at that buff. Sneaky stabbing. The melee attack buff is actually super good for dealing with crabs. That is genuinely the way that you deal with them. Big route over here, looking pretty good. Let's see what else do I want. Can I check how much value the blow got? It didn't kill any cav units, that's for sure. At least I don't think so. So you may actually recapture this point. Let's bring in my leadership bombs though. Minus 10 leadership from being hit by artillery. So if you compare that to Doom and Darkness, artillery is actually insane, right? If minus 16 leadership Doom and Darkness is good, having an artillery piece for leadership debuffs has to be amazing. So you can see the shells are coming, and as soon as they hit, boom, leadership is no more. Goodbye, greenskins. Flee. Flee in terror of the might of the Vampire Coast. Can't do that as vampire counts, let me tell you. Pretty nifty. That's actually pretty nifty. I should like always take one mortar or something just as a leadership bomb. I think that's kind of a way we can squeeze out more value out of a lot of factions. Just microing your artillery. Obviously, you also have to defend them, which can be a little difficult, but yeah. Yeah, you can get Fear, Artillery, and Doom and Darkness. You can do that with Empire. What, you get the Black Lions, Boris, Doom and Darkness. Or you can just take one mortar. Honestly, just taking one mortar is not the worst thing ever. But, I don't know how much there is to Leadership Bomb. GG. Very nice. That is one win for us. Very good. So that's Vampire Coast versus the Greenskins. Coast wins. Plus Discourage from the ROR Deck Gunner. Yeah, you can really go ham with the leadership debuffs. At some point, though, it's not really worth it. A lot of the leadership debuffing has to come from your... It's gotta come from, you know, just dealing damage. You need an actual army that can kill stuff. Oh yeah, mortars are pretty cool, though. I kind of like them. Kind of YOLO'd my Lamprey's Revenge, unfortunately. How'd the bloat do? Oh, hell yeah. 1440. Very nice. Oh, I tried versus Demons of Chaos. Ooh, that's hilarious. Though they don't get fear debuffed. That's -8 is pretty impactful. Okay, yeah, the bloat got, you know. Look, it wasn't the best hit, but being able to hit a unit with a bloat at all is already an achievement in my head. So I don't know why, but why it's so expensive. I guess against people who literally can't micro, I guess the bloat is maybe okay. I swear though, are they just testing it versus AI instead of playing against each other? What's going on? Why is the bloat so weird? Whatever, man. Whatever. Yeah, no Savage Orcs. That's crazy. Alright. But let's try to get Skaven next. Also, the bloat might have... If it did a quarter damage to my mortars, I think it actually did more damage to my mortars than it did to the greenskins, but oh, whatever. Is there anything that removes demonic? Wasn't there something in campaign that removes demonic? Which is bad, by the way. Removing you want them to be demonic so they crumble. Routing off a demon unit sounds like you're helping them. Alright, so gotta make sure Pontims has their Swiss point, which they do. Very nice. Removing crumbling is good. It's just that it comes on a foot character and the range is like nothing. 15-meter radius. Oh wait, no, that's not the one. Where's it at? Oh yeah, no, it's just, yeah, here we go. Oh no, it's 35 meters. Okay. Oh, that's not too bad. 35 meters. -4 leadership debuff. Honestly, if Herald wasn't so expensive. So expensive. 1,600. Why do they cost 1,600? CA, I don't know how to balance these guys. Unless he's balanced for a land battle, maybe. Nakai can in campaign. Cataclysm Spell of Shadow also does it? Weird. Yeah, Crumbling Undead is not a good strat. Watching you from hospital. Oh my goodness. Hopefully you get well soon. Oh, geez. All right, never mind. Well, hopefully they help manage you. May my entertainment give you respite. Crumbling damage on undead is next to nothing. I think their regen will literally offset crumbling most of the time. It's pretty brutal. But anyways, we're not playing Warriors of Chaos. I'm gonna be playing, I want to try Skaven for sure. I feel like I should practice more Skaven. Now, I've been dabbling a little bit. The Storm Vermin buffs only feel okay. When does 40k come out? I think people are expecting sometime next year. But there's no official date yet. And they haven't told me. But I think people are expecting like at least at the halfway point of next year or later. Herald does not feel worth it now. That was a crazy Skaven build. I probably should have brought a caster. I think that would have helped. I think if I had a Plague Priest with just like Pestilent Breath, it would probably be good enough. It almost worked though. Against that much infantry, bringing the mortars and just defending them works pretty well. But like the Nehekar and Horsemen uptrade into literally everything. I don't know how you're supposed to kill the Horsemen as Skaven. They're just so annoying, and they don't stop coming. If you bring storm vermin, they just run you over with chariots. So you need some sort of mass to deal with that. So some people mentioning Eshin Triads. I don't think they'd actually do well, because their HP is so low. But maybe they'd be okay. Or I don't know, maybe Clan Red Spears or something. I don't know. Try to kite them with Night Runners. Who knows? Wolf Rats. I was using Wolf Rats, but there's just so many horsemen. They wear them down. Dreaded 13th. Yes. Why don't we just bring the most expensive spell? Honestly, though, sometimes you have to. Though, if you want to kill cavalry, you usually use Warp Lightning. More Rat Ogres. If I had desummoned more, I think I might have been able to get it done. The build, it's definitely winnable if I manage to counterpick them well enough. I was thinking I could even bring a Poison Wind Mortar to start, just so we can get the damage off nice and early on all the infantry. But it felt a little risky, so I went for the Jezzails to kill the chariots. Man, super close game though. Super close game. It's just as soon as if he just walks forward, it takes so long to kill everything. And you can't really spam clan rats. They'll just be chain routing forever. The only thing, I don't know, maybe if you chevron them, 55 leadership is still not a lot though. You just need a unit that's not gonna route. You could see Storm Vermin kind of foot the bill, but even they kind of just route. It's a little sad. A Doomflayer season into cap. So that's what I was thinking. I did bring a couple Doomflayers, but they didn't seem to do that well. Yeah, the bad versus cavalry against Nehekar horsemen. It just didn't seem too great. Also, anyone notice that Ark in the Black just wasn't getting hit? Are his stats just insane, or are Brood Horrors bad at hitting? Or both? I think Brood Horrors might just not be hitting as much as I feel like they should be. Something about them is sketching me out. Crack's Call. Okay, Crack's Call is pretty fun. It's this one. Full armor piercing, 15 winds of magic. Kind of expensive though. I think Warp Lightning's better. If I had to deal with horsemen, I think just Warp Lightning them in blob, and then you get in somewhere. The problem is this castle will just die. Now I could just take a Warlock Engineer. Make him so cheap he's not worth Spirit Leeching. And then the infantry would kill with the mortars and such, but it's gonna be difficult. Difficult no matter what. Yeah, Warp Lightning's not gonna be an insta-gib. How much HP do horsemen have per model? It should be at like the 100 something-ish range. The low hundreds is usually where most cavalry end up. Title says worst faction, join stream. He's literally playing the best faction. Yes, yes. You guys are obsessed with Skaven, man. Everybody loves a good underdog. But yeah, I think I definitely need to practice some of these lesser factions. You know, play some dwarves, play some Cathay. Get some underdog victories. Because there's also a lot of people that will pick unplayed factions to throw you off in a tournament setting. Like, if Charix goes Skaven, and he's like, yeah, I'll play Skaven versus Tzeentch, right? Am I taking that risk? Am I leaving that matchup and playing a matchup I've never played before against a guy that likes to play Skaven a lot? No, right? But if I play Skaven and I have even a rough sense of how the matchup plays out, then the matchup difference is probably enough for me to win. You see it with like Vampire Counts versus Kislev. You know, you can have the craziest Kislev mains, but my Vampire Counts in that matchup is good enough now where we're not going to lose. Right? Realistically speaking, it's almost impossible to lose. I can bring the wrong Corpse Cart variant and we'll still win. So that's what this investigation is for. Love the build versus Tomb Kings yesterday. Haven't seen Skaven played like that before. Yeah, I was thinking, you know, the regen kite Skaven build could be pretty cool. I played him earlier with a similar build, and it was actually also quite close. I tried using Storm Vermin in that one, but they just died to Chariots, which is why I stuck with a Rat Ogre start, just so I have some mass. Because I think mass is super important in that matchup. Man, there's nothing, though. There's nothing with mass. Unless you feel like Doomflayers are clutch. If you feel like Doomflayers can, like, maybe if I take enough Doomflayers, they can actually kill the Horseman. Maybe we win. Another Cathay arc. Yeah, I actually need to play more Cathay. Because if Danican whips out Cathay, I don't know how to deal with them. At least the infantry-based Cathay. Why don't you play more Kislev? You just feel like a lesser empire most of the time. I should try and get a Kislev game in today, though. Skaven Mortis engines are not that great now. Poison Wind Globadiers for Cav. The problem is that one Nehekar Horseman charging a Globadier, because they don't route, they'll take half HP, hit your Globadiers, and probably kill them. And it's much harder to get that trade, too. If they outmaneuver you, they just kill the Globadier. It's a little awkward. We did see, I did bring one Globadier in the game yesterday. And it did end up dying to Horseman spam. You thought the Kislev cavalry would drag me in? I do like a good Kislev blob and Kislev cav rush. It's just I don't know. I feel like I have the one build that I like. But like the infantry is pretty bad. And going pure cavalry as Kislev doesn't always work out so well. These guys are Vanguard now, though. That can potentially get some work done. Okay, Rogue AI and Ulrich Rahl finishing up their last game. I do think, you know, maybe today I should play some Kislev. I feel like I might be... Ooh. I might be a little out of practice. Queek? You gotta run the Queek. Yo, Spirit Leech on Skaven is the rudest thing ever. I thought Gorich with his spell resist would save me. But no. The snow theme. Yeah, it reminds me of Outside too much. Yo, I like the snow. Mostly because I don't have to go into the snow. I don't have to drive in it. Alright, next round should be starting very soon. Much excitement. Thankful needs to bring Vermin Lords and Storm Fiends. And Giant Rat Swarms. And the Horned Rat will be pleased. Oh... You think that'll be coming with the End Times DLC? The Seer on a Bell has 25% spell res. Oh, and you put Gorich next to him? That's pretty funny. Okay, so no regen, but insane spell resist. Oh, that's kind of funny. Unfortunately, the Seer on a Bell doesn't have that much of a use against Tomb Kings. I'm pretty sure he just gets shot to death, but you know. What kind of mic are you using? Sounds really clean. It's a Samsung Q2U. Thank you very much, though. I there's also like some extra modifiers that I add to it with OBS. Some filters. I got a compressor, I got a limiter, we got some gain going. I just have to be careful I don't lean in too much. If I lean in, then it'll it'll start peaking, which is a little annoying. But other than that, did you miss anything? You missed a Vampire Coastwind versus Greenskins. Very one-sided. Blight Kings. What's a Blight King? Blight Kings. This is a Nurgle unit. Just looks like a normal Chaos Lord of Nurgle. Yo, what's hype about Blight Kings? Oh, is it an infantry unit? Is it a monstrous infantry unit? Are they like better chosen? If your natty boobos can deal with the chosen of the gods, the Bellseer can really profit. Well, the problem in my games was the archer fire. The archer fire is painful. It's infantry. Okay. They have a ton of bonus damage to infantry. That's cool. The Nurgle Wrathmongers? Ah, hell yeah. More units to kite. Yo, they need to release units that don't make Nurgle better versus vampire counts. They need units that are better versus ranged. Otherwise, what's the point? They need something to hard counter kite. And then when people start going for the melee builds to counter that, then they'll win in melee. But until they get a slow that actually works, it's pure suffering. I think it would be a cool unit to have, but I think like these units only work after you've dealt with the main problem. Alright, we're still waiting on one game to finish. It's going on a bit long. Just a smidge. In the game where you were counts versus 2 chimeras and they killed your corpse carts, why not going elite with Graveguard halberds to defend the corpse carts? Because the build... Oh my gosh, you're just starting. Oh boy, alright. East. All right. Alright. Just messaging the players. What was I talking about? Yes, the corpse carts. So the vampire counts build, where I won against double chimera. The reason it works is because Kemmler is butts cheap, right? So the build is a DPS check. It's not about actually keeping anything alive. I think Even like Turin was, you know, like Turin felt like, okay, yeah, I lost 2 corpse carts and Kemmler at the beginning. While that feels really bad, that's not really part of the build, right? Like when there's double Chimera, the corpse cart's gonna die no matter what. What you need to do is you need to capture points and you need to make them fail the DPS check. So that's why I kept resummoning Kemmler too and running him around, because it just distracts the Chimeras from actually doing anything else useful with these guys. Though I could have also just spammed like extra crypt horrors, but he's so cheap you might as well. And it's not about defending the corpse carts. The corpse carts are specifically there to deal with a different Warriors of Chaos build, where they spam more infantry and all that. But like, I'm not gonna lie, when we loaded in, I was like, oh yeah, it's over. We won. There's no way a double Chimera build has the DPS, especially with Barrowman. It's impossible for him to get the damage in to actually secure points. So it didn't matter to me. Like the win condition was already done. There's also the other problem where Graveguard Halberds literally can't defend the corpse carts. But there is something to be said about maybe I can use horrors to defend them. Like if there was a way to keep them alive, it would be worth. But I think the first summons I was using were dogs or something, right? Oh yeah, I was trying to capture his back point. Yeah. Yeah, I think instead of summoning horrors to defend them, I wanted to just capture points and put time pressure on, because that was kind of the most important thing. I would say, by the way, if you do copy the build, Kemmler should not have the Krell summon. I had 200 gold left over, but I forgot that Kemmler's supposed to be ultra cheap. You want him at 850 because you're probably gonna resummon the Mad Lad. Just I don't know, replace like some Graveguard or something, and then you should be good. And yeah, we're never gonna kill the Chimeras. They're basically indestructible. But it is pretty funny though. So if you look at the Chimeras, he spent 3,000 gold on the 2 Chimeras. More if you include the Lord, who was part of the killing. He killed 2 corpse carts and 2 Kemmlers, which is actually less than 3,000 gold. So if you think about it, his Chimeras really didn't do that well, value-wise. Because by the end of the game, it's not like I had to kill them, right? Though their breath attacks on the Graveguard were definitely good. They still probably pulled a decent amount of weight. Chevron the zombies. Definitely do not want to do that. As funny as it would be, I gotta resummon them. Maybe we can get some Black Knights or something. But yeah, from the games I've seen, Bearmen are actually super bad against vampire counts. So Bearmen are really good versus shooting factions because they have high HP and shields. Excuse me, and immune psychology. You might think that immune psychology is good versus counts, but no, they'll just die. Graveguard shred this unit. So it's not really gonna work. They're really expensive for the capture weight you get. It's just 5 capture weight. They're slow, 31 speed compared to 35 of a normal Marauder. So yeah, I think you don't go for these guys. I think you have to go for some higher DPS stuff. So he's playing Chaos. I would totally spam Forsaken. I would spam Marauders. And like if you really want to be fancy, you can spam some dual weapons. But I don't think, yeah, I think Baron are absolutely not the way to go. They also died to Crypt Horrors. They're just bad in the Counts matchup. Yeah, they have ITP, but like most Vampire Counts builds that are stuffing strategies, they don't actually rely on routing units. Like, you know, like a Marauder build, I'm not like, oh man, I really need to route those Marauders, right? It's more of a, oh yeah, like I just need to outlast them, you know? Just hold the points, shove them off the points. Maybe a conventional vampire counts build would be it, but yeah. Why the Dreadmaws? Oh, this is not a build versus counts. This is just a... Don't copy this build. Jeez Louise, don't copy this build for vampire counts. No Dreadmaws versus counts. Do the Lizardmen count as the worst? So the worst factions in the game right now, I would say Dwarves, Cathay, Chaos, Lizardmen... Or, I mean, Demons of Chaos, Lizardmen, Kislev, kind of Khorne too, at least at the higher levels. Tzeentch is pretty low, though there is some pretty funny strats. You can go the Mask as Tzeentch, which I think might be OP. So if you go Tzeentch and then you pick the Mask, suddenly you have like the strongest lord in the game. So that's pretty crazy. Bretonia, I think is actually... It's so weird. Okay, Bretonia is good versus the best factions in the game, which makes them at least B tier. The fact that they're good versus Beastmen, Wood Elves, Norska, right? What a lineup to be good against. Oh my gosh, you know? Like, that's already crazy good. Not to mention they have pretty good matchups against a bunch of mid-tier factions. But, like, they have bad matchups versus the bad factions. So, you can't call them perfect. But yeah, so be it. Alright, they should be done. They should be done. Very long round, but they have finished. Alright. Advancing the Swiss. Goblins. Round 2 start. And we're up against the Navigator. Ooh. Yo, yo. Let's do it. Let's do it. We're gonna do some picks and bans. It's always fun for me. We get to enjoy some counter picking shenanigans. What's this Bone Reapers, dang? Or did he already pick a faction? Okay, now we're doing 3x3 matrix. Hell yeah. All that. Let's do it. Okay, Navigator is Dark Elves. Interesting. Very interesting. Alright, what do we want to play versus Dark Elves? I'll go Tzeentch, I'll go Skaven, and what else? I could go Tomb Kings versus Dark Elves. That could be pretty funny, actually. I could do Demons of Chaos versus Dark Elves. That's actually a pretty fun counter. Sure, let's go Tzeentch, Skaven, Demons of Chaos. Ooh, that's a fun lineup. And what, we're on Bray Valley. Alright. After that Bretonia loss versus Beastmen that I cast, you won against the same opponent the next day? Hell yeah, Pope Patty, let's go. Easy peasy, man. Bone Reapers are just hyper elite infantry. I'm noticing a trend. All right, face Skaven. I dare you. Face Skaven. Skaven into Druchii ain't bad, yeah. Should I run the Hell Pit Abomination? Dang it, he picked Tzeentch. What a guy. All right, here we go. Time for some fun shenanigans. So... oh, what if he goes Doombolt? What if he Doombolts the mask? Am I screwed? And we'll see. I could silence him. That's pretty funny, I'm not gonna lie. I could go Lore of Tzeentch and then just glean Magicka's face, silence for like 50 years. What are you supposed to do then? It's actually, I don't know if that's actually a good idea or not. But sure, why not? Let's just have some fun today. So he's playing Dark Elves. Scourge Runner Chariots are popular. What kind of build works well with the mask? You can dodge it? The mask can dodge it? Hell yeah. Yo, that's crazy. Let's see here. I can use some Doom Knights, maybe? A lot of the cavalry is pretty elite. Having some Doom Knights flying around to defend my ultra-wide infantry line sounds not terrible. Yeah, maybe we do some of that. Alright. Nagash has a melee 50-50 character insta-kill. What? That sounds kind of insane. Alright, so we're playing versus Dark Elves. Centaurs of Tzeentch have to be pretty good versus them, right? Because they're kind of like Seekers, where you just outmaneuver them. I feel like Centaurs have to be good versus Dark Elves. They must be. And then, yeah, I just have a build with a bunch of good stuff. The spam good stuff strategy is generally a good idea. Yeah, we can do some of this. Whoopsie daisies. Okay, I have 100 gold left over, just enough for one of these. Oh yeah, he's so dead, man. Oh yeah. Oh yes, this is a build. This is like, this is peak Tzeentch shenaniganry. I don't think there's a way, I don't think there's a way he can manage this. Just need one more thing to top it all off. Alright, so if there's like a Medusa or something, I'll be fine. Has a bunch of cavalry, I'll be fine. Maybe a build up. Nope, not gonna work. Yeah, this is great. Oh, it's beautiful. Tzeentch is considered a bad faction. I think they're the second weakest of the Chaos Gods. Although they might be better than Khorne now at a high level. But I'm not sure. Yeah, the mask. In the grand finals, I banned Tzeentch. Because I didn't want someone to take the mask against me. They just don't know how to deal with that. What's this? 1,200 gold for armor-piercing Dark Riders? What unit are you talking about? Oh, you're saying Centaurs? Centaurs of Tzeentch? I think you're missing out on the whole shields and perfect vigor situation. That's pretty impactful. I don't know the actual stat comparison though. I'd be surprised if they don't have as much charge bonus, or if they have less. I feel like they should have more, but maybe I'm wrong. What makes Dark Elves so good at build up? They're passive. Their lore passive is insane. I will say though, Centaurs of Tzeentch tend to be quite squishy. I don't think they're terrible in the way that your comment makes it seems, but I do agree that they could be slightly better. All right. Ready, good luck, have fun. Face the wrath of the mask. So we got a mask over here. We got a hidden mask. Transformation time. This is a fat kite build. Oh wow, that's a fat kite build. So there's the doom voltage. So there's our little speed boost Reno. We can dodge those shots just by kind of moving to the side. All right, so we got some Scourge runners. He's gonna cast a Doom Bolt on us. All right, you said we can dodge this? I sure hope we can. Oh, it honestly didn't do that much damage though, so that's pretty funny. Okay, so yeah, he's just making use of his chariots. Not a big deal. My little Zongors are actually doing surprisingly well. And then we're gonna start off with just a little bit of pink fire shenaniganry. That should work out pretty well for us. And then we can slow these guys down pretty nicely. Honestly, there's not that much in the way of actual infantry here for the Dark Elves. They really don't have that much, so this could work out surprisingly well for us. Just gonna get the scream on those guys over there. And then we're gonna reduce his cooldown soon. As soon as I get to 13 winds of magic, I can get that started. Couple of Furies here to deal with those Dark Riders. What is that? Is that another Doom Bolt? Ouch! Oh, my flesh. All right. Oh, it's because he has 2 casters. Oh, crap. That's actually some pretty funny tech. Well, it's not the end of the world, at least. Honestly, I might just be able to kill all these guys. I might just be able to, yeah, to just kill them. And I think that would be enough of an issue here. A lot of Dark Riders on the flank side, though. So I expect a lot more Doom Bolts to come in. So the mask is definitely going to have to evacuate. But at least we're getting a lot of damage over here. We're going to try getting some Centaurs soon. I don't think these Dark Riders are really a big... they don't really seem like a big threat at all for me. So that shouldn't be a big deal. And then we're just going to hide in the trees, you know. Hide in the trees. Stay safe. Life will be good. Does manage to secure one of the points, however. Does manage a pretty nasty convergence on all my Zongors there. So we're going to lose a bunch of Zongors. That's actually pretty painful value loss. It's going to be a decent scream ability there, though. I do still have a lot of infantry, so we might still be able to just play the points. And we'll be okay. That was a pretty bad pink fire. Whoops-a-daisies. Okay, and there's a D7 on her. Now, that's not going to do that much for her. I don't think we have to worry about that. We should be able to secure this point. I'm just a little worried about all them Scourge runners, right? So look at them. They're just massacring that force over there. But on the plus side, there's not a lot of infantry left, so I don't think there's a whole lot that can be done for recaptures. I just have to be a little careful with the mask, make sure they don't get murdered. And I can just sit on a double cap. I think value's not on my side, but we definitely have a lot of time here. The mask is just chilling. And yeah, we could play a pretty solid anti-kite game. These Scourge Runners are getting lower on ammunition, so as soon as I get some Centaurs in here, I'm pretty happy. I could also spam some blues. Blues might be pretty good because they force him to engage. That's not too bad. Let's just capture this point first, though. This one we'll have to figure out. Here it comes. As long as I keep the mask hidden, at least we'll be okay. Alright, there you go. Point secured. And now here comes this play. So there's a bit of a Medusa coming. Surprised to see another Doombolt cast. Oh, on my caster? Okay, well. They have shields. I don't think he cares about that too much. And Medusa's not that terrifying either. I think what we do is we get another Centaur. He just cast Doombolt, so we know it's on cooldown. And I can just sit back and relax. Like, he's not actually being super aggressive. I don't want to get army wiped here, right? We want to just sit back, relax, and just chill for a bit, you know? Use the trees to our advantage. Guy has basically only cavalry here. That's not going to be super duper useful, I don't think. Let's increase cooldowns, since I don't want the mask to get doom bolted in the face. Very nice. Centaurs can chill over here. The Harpies should go down very soon. Yeah, this ain't going too bad. Doom Knights are pretty hype. Lots of deeps over there. And if I can capture this, that would be great. So she's still silenced. That's pretty funny. But capture weight is now lost. So we're going to hide in the trees again. And I'm just going to sit back on my 2 points. There's no point getting more aggressive here than we need to be. Ouch, that Medusa hurts though. Wowza. Alright. Can we get a big convergence here of the cavalry? How good can you dodge? This should be interesting. Is he actually not looking? That's real bad. That's real bad, man. Oh, what a misplay. Holy smokeroos, they're all dead. Talk about a swing play. Oh my god. Mask gets doom bolted, not a problem. Now, he is fighting with the passive triggered, but I think if we just win this fight effectively, I'm happy. I'll increase his cooldowns. Oh, it's a silence effect. Crap, so I have to time it. Well, we'll have to see how that goes, but yeah. I think we're in the clear. I'm pretty sure we're doing just fine. Alright, so he's gonna want to cast another Doombolt very soon. The mask is gonna chill over here. Man, I can't believe he went for that though. It was so painful it triggered his passive. Oh boy, yeah, I can't believe he didn't dodge. Why didn't he dodge? He could have escaped. Alright, so Mask is now safe from Doom Bolting because his caster is silenced. And he's stuck in a nasty old fight here that's not going to go his way. Mask just has to stay alive for the forces of Tzeentch. And then I believe we're sitting real comfy. The whole, you know, summoning in the Medusa really softens up the lines here. Centaurs of Tzeentch, perfect vigor, man. These guys are hype. Armor piercing also really good. Here comes a Hargoneth Executioner. Fun fact, you can just walk away from them. Just ignore them. And they'll be okay. We'll use that just to slow them down a bit. And then hopefully I can recapture this point. Dude, the mask is so crazy strong. You can just, yeah, if you just play keep away. It's great. They're just chilling. Don't have to worry about them dying like other lords. Honestly, the Doombolt was strong. You know, if the Doombolt wasn't nerfed, it actually would have killed the mask, though. Isn't that interesting? So we can say that the nerf at least played a part in this victory. Man, the no dodge, though, that's so wild. That's so wild. And there's another Doombolt. I don't know why he's Doombolting this guy, though. He does not care about being Doombolted. How are these Centaurs doing? Eh, pretty good. Here goes running with that Lord. I'm just gonna get a pink fire here. I think that's significantly better. There we go. Beautiful pink fire. Wow. Big value. And now we're gonna cast a Doom Bolt on his Lord. How does it feel, son? Boom. It hit my Centaurs. Why am I eating my own Doom Bolts? Oh, what a ripoff. Alright. I Doom Bolted myself. Why? Why must the world be so cruel? It was that downhill, movement. Zinch moment. Justice bland. Oh my goodness. Happens, man. Alright, you know what? Let's I'm gonna get the mask close and I'm gonna silence her so that she can't Doom Bolt me. And then we can use the mask to kill everything here. Oh, she cast a Doom Bolt. Dang it. Gosh darn dang it. Alright, here we go. Doom Knights. The mask has arrived. Beat them up. Executioners, we're just gonna give them the runaround. The mask's vengeance is here. What are you gonna do, son? Body block? Nope. Oh, mask is landing hits. Holy crap, mask out hands, man. Ah, yeah, there we go. Beat him up. Oh, she done for, man. Oh, she gone. Let's go. Oh, that's hype. Ooh. The mask has survived the Doom Voltage. Let's go. Now we'll just use them to capture the point, I guess. I don't know what else to do with the mask now. Or are these just some Dark Riders? Not a big deal. I guess we'll save up for some Centaurs to contest this point. And then I believe we are nice and dandy. Yo, is he gonna re-summon a caster though just to Doom Bolt in our face? I'm so terrified of that. Wait, yo, the mask has a... Oh, this gives missile resist too. Holy crap, that's sick. So the mask has 10% missile resist from for Doom Bolts. That's kind of huge. Very nice. I was gonna compare the Dark Riders to the Centaurs, but didn't have the opportunity. That's not bad though. Not bad. And Doom Bolt is strong, but if you just deny it its value, it's not that bad. Especially post-nerf. Maybe pre-nerf, I would have lost the mask and people would have screamed OP to the sky. But, you just kind of hide from it. It's similar to Spirit Leech. The longer range is a little annoying, though. I wonder if I can transform into the Changeling to dodge it. If I see the little casting icon. At the end of the day, I didn't get that much value. So, Doom Bolt shut down a decent amount of value on my Lord. Only 1440 value. It's not the 2000, but it did prevent me getting a lot more value with the mask. I gotta work on my Doom Knight play for sure. I did accidentally throw away 2 Centaurs, but overall, not terrible. Furies were nice. Screamers were pretty cool too. Honestly, Tzeentch has a lot of ways to kill the Dark Elf infantry. These Bleak Swords really didn't do a lot. So it just became a cav game and I had lots of anti-cav. Medusa was pretty cool. So they did actually pay for themselves in the long run. Executioners were not. Honestly, didn't feel like the most perfect game on either side. But that Tzeentch army ability definitely gave us a massive lead. That Tzeentch army ability killed like half of his stuff. What factions do you take now? Well, I still gotta play Skaven. Gotta try out some Khorne. I've seen the Khorne dog style. We got Lizard Men. Maybe some Greenskins. Tombo, thank you very much for the sub. Sick gameplay, thank you. In the tabletop, Nagash has a melee 50-50 character insta-kill. You hide a dice in your hands, and the opponent has to guess the right one. It's hysterical. Oh boy. What? When we getting C tier lords only? C tier lords? Ooh. Get some Dakala action in there. Dakala with the whirlwind of 1 million damage. Should have tried to dodge a killing doom bolt with the change back. I wonder if it works or not. I know you can get rid of final transmutation by changing back. You'll be playing Warhammer 40k Total War? Absolutely. Will I stick around with it? It depends. Like, Three Kingdoms was nice, but not nice enough for me to make a switch over. But I feel like 40k has a lot of potential. What does Skaven need to be a top tier faction? Something to deal with cavalry. The faction doesn't have an answer to cavalry outside of rat ogres. So if you have something that can kill rat ogres, you beat Skaven. Which is not exactly a great position for a faction to be in. But, like, seriously, there's nothing here to deal with Cav. Maybe the Storm Vermin Halberds change it, but I don't know if they have enough mass to actually stand up to cavalry. That we'll kind of have to see with time. Any Dakala buffs they could make, so she's a more viable pick. And price reduction is simple enough. Dakala is a 2,200 gold lord if you're taking just the bare essentials. And they are worse than the mask. So why would you run Dakala? They have terror, right? But the mask costs 1,800. If you look at Dakala too, in terms of a fighty lord, you can do this. For 400 more gold, you can have a spellcaster that heals when things rout with a super useful rampage, right? So Exalted Keeper of Secrets is the ultimate utility lord. The Mask is the ultimate powerhouse lord. Sigvald is the ultimate survivability lord. Azazel has flying. Azazel is best flyer. Nakari is best versus undead and demons. Dakala doesn't got anything, right? Like, Dakala got nothing. So, it's gonna be awkward because they overlap with the mask so much. If you take a melee lord, you just want one that can fight, really. You just want a good fighter for the price. So, I don't see a world where you have the mask and Dakala seeing play. Unless you give Dakala more utility. Maybe you could say Dakala is a terror-causing lord. So let's say the mask is slightly more efficient in terms of raw fighting. But if you need terror, you go for Dakala. Then I could kind of see that. So if they got cheaper to the point where they're like mask tier, or maybe slightly above because the masks probably need to be nerfed, then I could see Dakala being basically a pseudo mask. A mask with worse dances, but they have terror. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that. Elixir of Damnation is remove ITP and terror and fear. So you can use Dakala to route like a Boris or something. That's pretty cool. So maybe there's something there. Maybe. The thing is, people don't usually take terror causing units versus Slanesh, so I don't know. This is a contact effect. This is a contact effect. So it's not a single target. It's just on, yeah, it adds a contact effect to T'Challa. Eshin Triads, yeah, Eshin Triads are too light to be good anti-cav. At a lower level where you're catching people's cavalry with Triads, it's good. At a higher level, Triads actually lose to micro. It's sad. A couple more matches, and then we're good. Any factions you don't take terror against? Yeah, like, you know, Slanesh, Vampire Counts, Coast, Tomb Kings. The terror immune factions. You don't really need terror for them. But otherwise, you generally want terror in most builds. No cavalry is good against 4 Rattling guns, unless they go to the flanks, of course. It's a good thing cavalry never flanks. Obviously, you're memeing. At least I suspect some memerage. Just in case, though. Yo, honestly, Rattling guns don't even do that much damage. I feel like some cavalry can straight up charge Rattling guns and just run them over. It's sad. Wood elves, their infantry gets buffed by terror. Yeah, but like that's not really super impactful. At least most of the time, you can just play keep away from them. How many points are 4 units of Rattling gunners? They're 800 each, so that's 2,000. Wait, no, 3,200. That's expensive. It's expensive. Their damage fall off range is way closer than it should be, huh? Seems like they should be, excuse me, slowing things while other things do the damage. Yeah, you can tell that to, let's see here. Where are they at? Oh, I guess, okay, no. I was thinking of the wrong unit. I was thinking of the Kislev shotgun unit. Don't they have a slow? Yeah, these guys. No one really uses this. But, like, no one's paying 800 gold for a unit that slows, you know? Mid-range. Yeah, if range units were better at shooting when things were really close to them, then I think we might see a little bit more play there. But because giving an attack command will take a few seconds before they start shooting, it's usually really risky to try and get mid-range and close-range shots for things that are just charging you down. If Rattling Gunners didn't do that much damage, but they suppressed, that would actually be a really interesting unit. Like a really low DPS Rattling Gunner, but they can just suppress whatever they're shooting at. I kind of dig that. Make the slow 75%. We're not giving Skaven a bigger slow than Nurgle, although they might already have a bigger slow than Nurgle. Nurgle's jank, man. Which, by the way, we will be playing them today. That'll be fun. The ROR has suppress and the stealth bomb, yeah. So there's some fun stuff you can do there. Who's more tanky to kill in campaign between Sigvald and Malice Darkblade? Ooh. In campaign, I think it's probably easier to kill Sigvald because it's just less HP to go through. You can kind of just cycle charge him too. Malice has his mount, so you can't cycle charge him as easily. Even shooting them, Sigvald is a foot character, so you can probably just shoot him to death. Malice is on his mount, which makes him a bigger target. But yeah, I would say Sigvald in campaign is easier to kill. Though they're both quite scary. Nurgle's legendary hero. We're talking about Kaizek. Kaizek is cool and all, but I don't know how I feel about him just yet. Icon of Virulence. Huh, this guy has a he has a really chunky slow, minus 20%. As long as he's in melee, we get some damage reflect. The Father of Blades, 25 AP. Yeah, that doesn't seem that crazy. Although that's a nice melee attack debuff. I'm not gonna die anytime soon. This is maybe there's a strat where you just leave this guy in melee forever. You take Paragon of Decay. That's 5% damage off. I don't know. Malice can reach ward save cap so early on. Also, you can kill Sigvald for the extra 10% Fizz Res trait. Ooh. Mass weapon strength buff. Debuff hero. Oh yeah. Yeah, I should check Steer Car. So how did they change his ability? It goes to 50% now? Yeah, so the melee defense is not as good. It's only a 50% speed reduction at max now. Still very strong when it does trigger. But probably not ludicrously strong now. Is this game active in ranked 1v1? You're thinking of getting it, but you like 1v1. So the ladder itself, you can find games, but there's no matchmaking. Think like TF2 lobbies, you know? You just run into whoever you run into and you have to get better before you can start winning. The tournament scene is good. So a lot of people play tournaments. They're hosted basically on the daily. I think as soon as you get comfortable on ladder, then you can play tournaments, and those tend to be real nice. But, you know, I would say play a couple games on ladder and see how you feel about it. It's not hard to find matches, at least. Just don't expect matchmaking. There are a lot of new players too, by the way, if you're worried about getting wrecked. Most players that are good only play tournaments. So, yeah. You'll mostly be running into newer players on ladder. But it's true. There's no matchmaking. Realistically though, with some help, you can get a person to be winning on ladder most of the time in like a couple of weeks. But that's the general situation. You make the call. A nice next round, advancing the Swiss. Round 3. It has begun, and I'm up against Adler. Hello, Adlering. Yo, yo. Do you have a faction declared? High elves. Oh boy. Alright, let's see if we can turn it. Nurgle? Skaven. Who else is good versus high elves? What map are we on? Chateau. Nurgle, Skaven, and what do I go for? Khorne? Khorne seems bad versus high elves nowadays. I go Tomb Kings. That should be an interesting one, actually. Nurgle, Skaven, Tomb Kings? Sure, why not? Beastmen? Beastmen are too strong. Oh, you're asking about the worst lore of Magic? Beast has Flock of Doom, man. There's no way Beast is the weakest lore of Magic. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? You want a weak lore of magic? Take a look at this bad boy. This one's pretty bad. If you want a lore of magic that sees no competitive play, you got this one. Not even niche usage. The lore of Hag has more uses than this. Lore of Hashut is used sometimes, so this is still worse. Yeah, I think this is the worst lore of magic. All right, well, that was fast. You forgot that existed? Oh, hell yeah. It's Nurgan time. All right. So, I love how no one's picking Skaven. Are Skaven actually OP? Why is no one, why is no one picking them? Actually super OP, maybe. All right. If it's high elves, how do we want to do this? How do we want to do this? Lore of stealth is so stealthy, no one remembers it exists. Oof. They fear the rat. Day 2 of no Skaven. I've been putting Skaven up in my picks constantly, and they just don't go for it. It's crazy. All right, Nurgan time. How do we want to do this? New Storm Vermin strats. 2 OP. Okay, so what do I have a hard time against? Do I do the quad beasts of Nurgle? Embrace the Terran? I feel like the Sky Cutters are gonna give me such a hard time. Excuse me. Do I need Marauder Horseman Axe Throwers? I feel like they're just gonna die. Like, Sky Cutters are really likely. There's also the Oceanids, which can be super annoying too. I found the Rot Knights. Rot Knights felt pretty good. Like the Au revoir. It was pretty chunky, so maybe there's something there. He took Rancid Visitations, which I think is generally pretty smart. Just having a little something to stop the murderage. Sure. Sure, this seems alright. What else do I want? Ugh. Ugh. Oh boy, nothing feels good. What? Kaizek can remove charge defense versus large? Kaizek can remove charge defense versus large? What the? That's kind of cool. It's only enabled if Kaizek is charging. Oh, that's a weird ability. All right. Sure, sure. Plague drones did get buffed. Ah, yeah. Massive. All right, sure. Let's just try this for starters. High elves are probably gonna give me a hard time no matter what I do, but at least we have some pretty cool things coming around. Oh boy, this is a weird build. This is oh boy, this is a strange one. This right here, this one. If we lose, I would not be surprised at all. This build does not spark joy in the slightest. Is this really what I'm going for? Would this actually work? I don't know. I have a crazy idea, guys. All right, hear me out. Hear me out. All right, but Rot Knights were pretty annoying in my game versus Turin. So what if I go for 3 Rot Knights? What Gochuk and Felix book has the Bretonia setting? Ooh, I don't know that one. Chat might be able to help you though. All right, it's my army. All right, hear me out. Hear me out. So Kaizek has an ability where if they are charging, they remove the enemy's bonus defense versus large and speed up my own cavalry. It's pretty hype. We got a Lord. Rancid Visitation to Snippety Snipe. We got Fleshy Abundance to heal. What's not to love? I got more Knight spam. I got Horsemen throwing axes. They might be able to get the job done. Yeah, we're going bowling. We're gonna see a Caradrian, a L'Ariel. Did this guy just copy my build that I took first turn? Is this literally my build? No, he has a ship's company. All right, we're good. But the idea is simple. You have skirmishers. Ooh, that's gonna be good for me. Okay, so the Rot Knight should actually be able to clutch it super hard here. I think any amount of skirmishers have a high potential of getting run down into oblivion. I'm just gonna go for it. You can't stop me with Caradrian. Now, I could ignore Caradrian. We'll see how we feel about that. There's actually no Sky Cutters, so I am going to take a couple Horsemen. And then we're gonna bully these guys because the High Elves don't have anything that can actually deal with us. Okay, so there you go. Gonna be trying to form ranks. Form ranks. Form ranks. Dang it. All right, looking pretty painful on the initial charge. Not bad, not bad. We gotta capture this hero point, and then we're gonna run down these guys. They've actually overextended slightly. It's not super great for them. We're gonna get a swift charge over here. Trying to save up for them dragon princes, it turns out. All right. But do I take this fight? I don't think we do. I think we play it safe. One of my Rot Knights has taken a little bit of damage. These dragon princes. If I get a swift charge on them, I'm pretty sure they just die. Though one of my Rot Knights is really suffering. I think they should still be able to survive. Capture point acquired. All right, here we go. There's a big heal. You want a big heal? I got a big heal. So we can both just heal up here. And then we'll see how this pans out. I can use my axe throwers here to bully these guys. Rot Knights are sick. They're tanky little fellas. I'm gonna call in more of these guys. All right, and we're going to get the fat heal off. Lose the Regiment of Renown. That's not pretty. I was kind of hoping the Dragon Princes would take a little bit more deeps, but that's pretty bad. All right, so we lost the ROR. Dragon Princes are winning. I am getting shot into oblivion by these Shadow Walkers. No, what the crap? Oh my gosh, my Rot Knights got obliterated. Okay, so now I have to make sure that they don't get escorted off the battlefield. Dude, they got Wreckerino'd. They got absolutely pepperoni. Look at the L'Ariel. She's just chasing them. At least I should be able to secure this point. I think those are just reverse and not a big deal. Ugh, God, the Rot Knights didn't cook. I did take a pretty bad fight on all the infantry though, but at least we managed to rally one of them. Jeez. All right, I rally one Rot Knight. We have a triple cap. I can live with this. Trust in the power of the Rot Knight. Jeez Louise, though, those Dragon Princes cooked me. There's another Earth Blood on them. Oh. Alright, and points are being retaken by the High Elves. Dang, I really thought that fight would go great for me, though. That was 3 Rot Knights versus 1 Dragon Prince. That was 3 Rot Knights, bro. How's Kaizek doing? You know, Kaizek's not dead, at least. Not being dead is already a decent place to be in. Ugh. It's a big volley. Dang, those Dragon Princes are just gonna heal up. Well, that's not nice. At least I should be able to recapture this point. Kaizek's gone, though. Oh my gosh. You got taken to Pound Town by Caradrian. Not pretty in the slightest. At least I might be able to catch some cavalry here if I'm lucky. Rot Knight should be in a decent position. And okay, he does actually let me get the catch. And we get the capture point. Not the end of the world. He's focusing on killing Kaizek. And Kaizek is expensive. So it's by no means a bad idea. And I get a little bit of a play at least over here. Overall, it's bad. Always real bad, but it's not the end of the world. I'm just down poor Kaizek. Alright, gets a volley off, but we can just dodge that. That's not a big deal. I just gotta get picks where we can. Hopefully he shoots at these guys again. Okay. You can partial dodge most of these volleys. Maybe on the D summon will be okay. I'm gonna try and split up his forces here. Stop shooting at my horsemen, man. Actually, you know what? Keep draining ammo. Yes, keep shooting my horsemen. Alright. Close value. Oh, yeah, super close. I'm feeling good about this one. Hey, maybe I can get Caradrian caught up and murdered. Oh, dude, the vanilla Rot Knights is so bad. I'm thoroughly disappointed by them. Thoroughly disappointed. All right, so how do we want to play this out? So he has a lot more skirms. I should, if he keeps wasting ammo, maybe there's a play there. It really sucks that those Fireborn live, though. Man, if I was able to kill the Fireborn, life would be so different. Okay, there we go. That's a good partial dodge. I just need to bait him into using a ton of ammunition. The problem is I have so few units. I have so few units that even if he gets a little bit of chip damage, it might still be an uptrade. So just gonna focus on getting perfect dodges here. Come on, just shoot him. Just shoot him. You want to use that ammo, man. You gotta use the ammo. And then maybe on the D summon we'll get him. Come on. Come on, just a little bit of ammo. I'm sure it's fine. Okay, so he's just boxing it. That's honestly not too bad if I can actually secure some points. I don't know if I will be able to, though, but... pretty good dodge, pretty good dodge. And I might be able to get this one, too. Was gonna require a lot of scrapping it. It's gonna need a lot of scrapping it out if we want to win this. But as it stands, my opponent is making some very mild misplays when it comes to the ammunition and all that. He's shooting at very far range, so I'm able to dodge most of the volleys and such. And he's playing super defensively for some reason, which helps us out. So that does net me a pretty free capture. I guess he doesn't want to be overwhelmed by all the cavalry, right? When you're this far ahead, playing it safe is not a terrible idea. But I think there is such a thing as too safe. Like, if I just win on capture tickets, it's really bad for him. So I don't know. These guys will run out of ammunition, too. And then I just got to make use of that D summon as much as possible. And maybe get a sick collapse in on his guys. Although, well, if he doesn't have a lot of... If he's just all melee, no range, I guess that's not the end of the world either. We really mitigated a lot of value on these guys too. That's pretty comfortable. They just don't do a lot versus Chaos Knights in general, so that's going to be nice. And I might be able to catch out some Reavers or something. Okay, we're going to see if we can get some basic charges. Basic cycle charging on the ship's company over here. This should be a pretty decent fight. Alright, nice. So we got the Reavers bullied. And we got a triple cap. Okay, that's actually kind of huge. My opponent's passivity will be their downfall. As now he appears to be going for my lord, but they will be able to escape. And then over yonder, over here, Rot Knights are chilling. Those are just Reavers, so they do actually die pretty hard to the Rot Knights. And I'm just gonna disengage. No point getting murdered over here. I just want to take value where we can and enjoy the tickets, really. Having all the capture points in the world is solid for us. He is probably going to kill this Chaos Knight, but that's not the end of the world. I'm just going to recapture this point, and then hopefully the double cap is enough for us. His archers are completely out of ammunition, though. So there is that going for us. We're just going to have to run for our lives. This fight over here is way too sketchy. And okay, it's going to be probably more Reavers over there. The scrapping it out is pretty crazy here. I should at least be able to take a pretty decent fight. We're going to slow Caradrian. Because screw that guy. Screw that guy in particular. Alright, and I'm just going to enjoy the double cap. I gotta secure this as fast as humanly possible. There we go. All right. All right, there we go. And maybe if I'm lucky, we can even kill some Dragon Princes. Now, Caradrian is here. The support from him will be real nasty. And all these Rangers are definitely going to be a big problem. But if I can just get enough damage on these Dragon Princes, it might actually not be too bad. In fact, I think we just straight up ignore these Rangers and steal this point. Because this fight looks not terrible, actually. We did finally rout off the Dragon Princes. So, if I can somehow resecure this point, it ain't the worst. You know, simple double cap situation. That's not bad. That's not bad. Though, I think we are losing this point over here. It doesn't look too pretty. Being down Dragon Prince is not bad, though. It's a little bit of a tussle. We're going to have to keep ignoring Caradrian. Slow him. Get the slow down. Oh, and it's a triple cap for him. Oh. Bro, we saved up so much money for these Rangers. He definitely could have been pressuring our points earlier, but... Here, let's just see what we can do. Oh, boy, I'm so far behind. I did finally kill the Dragon Princes, though, but it's a little too late. Yeah, opponent's kind of fumbling it. He can be way more aggressive with Caradrian and Alariel, but... At the end of the day, there's just not much you can do when you take such a bad early game fight. I'm still gonna scrap it, though. I'm gonna see what we can do. I think Caradrian's slowing me, though, which is a bit of a problem. Run, you darn cavalry! Jeez, they're slow. They're so slow. Typical Nurgle things. It's fine. Embrace the Nurgle. Enjoy the suffering. Become one with it. All right, there you go. So we're gonna get a mini charge on these lions. Oh, I don't think this is gonna do it though. Way too much infantry at this point. Honestly, if I had rushed the skirmishers at the beginning, it wouldn't have been too bad. But yeah, I needed to take a much better fight against the Dragon Princes, and then we would have had it, I think. Especially given the misplays that were made. Let's also just take a look at the build. Yeah, so he just had a bunch of yeah, a bunch of Shadow Walkers. I think their shooting is what really killed my Rotten Knights. They did so bad, these ones. And they could have had so much more value. Kaizek also didn't really do that much. Oh my goodness. Yeah, dude, nothing nothing cooked. Nothing cooked, bro. Now, let's think about what would have happened if I went for a different build. If I went for mass infantry, he did have a lot of flyers. So potentially I could have just captured a bunch. Though with Caradhran and Alarielle, it's going to be a little terrifying. Dragon Prince has got 4,400. That's way too much. Is there a stall build that would work? We just spam infantry? Yo, the total value of the Rot Knights is less than like a Rot Knight. Oh no, it's more. It's 2,000. It's like almost 3,000. You know. Oh man, I really thought they would cook harder though. Kaizek also didn't really do all that well. I think Kaizek is a misplay. His charge bonus thing isn't that great. Could have replaced him with the Chaos Knight. Why do we have Furies? In case he has like one Sky Cutter or something. The infantry I don't think would have worked though. Like infantry gives Caradhran a target to just sit on and kill for the whole battle. So that doesn't really feel super great. I could try to use some horsemen. But yeah, I think Caradhran also, he kills the Rot Knight super well. He had a nice engagement with all of his stuff. Such as the Nurgle life. Now, I could have also ran the Noxbringer. A more typical Nurgle-esque style. Just Noxbringer and a lot of infantry. There's something to be said about just ignoring Caradhran. Problem is you just can't kill Fireborn when Larry heals them. Yeah, they were sitting in the Star of Averlorn. Pretty brutal. Noxbringer and just a regular gut grinder kite. I think that would definitely not be too bad. We can mitigate a lot of his skirmisher value. They're on foot, so they can't fully dodge the Noxbringer, and then you can just bring in support so that it don't die. I think that's a pretty safe play. Plague drones won't really do us too great. Although it would be funny to try Angels of Decay, but Overcast Tempest is so good for anti-air. Alternatively, we just take Chosen. So, the way you can counter Caradhran is you get your little hero squad, and then you just cycle charge his face. So, like, a lot of people will do something like this, where they have their Sorcerer. Right, they got the Rancid Visitations. You put them on a Rot Beast or a Chaos Steed. But then you go for like some Cycle Charge shenanigans. So if you go Kaizek, he's not going to fight Caradhran on his own. But to counter charge him, it's a little too painful. Caradhran doesn't like getting counter charged there. If you do that, it's not bad. Oh, I could also use Rot or Die. Ooh. So this guy, the vanilla Chaos Lord of Nurgle is actually pretty nifty. He has the Rot or Die ability, which dramatically increases the amount of damage that the Dragon Princes take if they decide to charge you. This has ultra high potential to get you value. At least it spreads correctly. Yeah, so if I do this, and then the Dragon Princess just get murdered, I think we just win. Having the Cav superiority could be huge. But yeah, I think like you'd cut these guys You know, if you did want a mobility build, I think you would do something closer to this. Should take the rod or die. You have this guy. I don't know if this is good or not, but it spends the money. Yeah, and then you're slightly more mobile. Actually, you're less mobile. Bot Knights have more speed? Huh. They have more speed than Chaos Knights. That's kind of crazy. Icon is good. Yeah, so like you can take all of this and then just charge into the fight and then just damage reflect them to death. You could even use Curse of the Leper and double damage reflect them to death. That's kind of funny. Gives you 60 armor, 28 melee damage reflect. So like anything that charges into your 1 cav unit that you send in. You still think 1 or 2 Pestigors will be good? I think, you know, if you're going for a more vanilla build, yeah, Pestigors are solid. Against the skirmishers, though, he's still pretty happy to just shoot him up. Rod or die on Chaos Furies. The problem with that is you're paying 650 gold to kamikaze a unit. Think about it this way, alright? If the bloated corpse ain't good, kamikazing Furies, I don't know if that's the best thing ever either. Because they have to kill a unit that is significantly more expensive than them for that to pay for itself. But if it's in a big blob, then I could see it. Yeah, maybe no Rancid. I could just go, honestly, Curse of the Leper could be really funny. Curse of the Leper with just like a bunch of cav and you just let them damage reflect. That's kind of funny. This is also a leadership boost too. I could see this actually working out not bad. I will think on it. But damage reflect 20 on Nurgle, that is a lot of deeps. 650 to take out Dragon Princess is cost effective. I would love to see a unit of Furies kill a unit of Dragon Princess with that combo. I guess if you can get a perfect land on top of them. But like realistically speaking, I don't see a world where I can even catch a Dragon Princess. And I feel like the Furies will die before the Dragon Princes do. Like I think at best you're taking like half HP damage, but I don't know, maybe. Nurgle still has a lot more space to experiment with. They are a faction that I must spend more time learning. How do we bake Unky Frunky into this? Well, first Nurgle needs a DLC. They become OP, and then Uncle for Uncle is something we can add in. Because the OP units will carry us. Jeez. I think getting blessed by Papa Nurgle is probably one of the more rough blessings. I do fear that. How do we feel about flyers? Tempest is too sketchy. Nurgle Forsaken are really good. I wanted to experiment with the rush build. Infantry max is like typical Nurgle. I think that's fine, but I do feel like if you took Sky Cutters, it'd just be like an insta loss though. Like I feel like I need that agency. Not sure you remember that specific, what's this? Oh, the Go Chicken Felix book thing. I do have the ROR Nurglings. They're right here. Blisterback. Beasts of Nurgle are S+, said by Turin. You're the Beasts of Nurgle in our one match. Super susceptible to being shot to death, but Slime Churl's pretty funny. It's also another slow, so like you can get a little bit of slow stacking with the Icon of Virulence. and the Beasts of Nurgle. You have a little bit of a thing there. Nurgle in general, though, I do think you need to take more infantry. Okay. So the last match is not going to... They're not going to be able to make it to the top bracket, into the top 4, so we can actually just advance the Swiss. All right, there we go. And who are we up against? I'm up against Empire for Hire. Oh, he just said he was dropping. Oh, did I down match into him? Oh, I guess I did. Well, I guess that counts as a win for me. That does put me into tiebreakers. How did I do tiebreakers again? I think the way I did tiebreakers was, yeah, after 4 rounds, anyone with 3 wins makes it. Well, I guess I made it. I can spectate a match instead then. None of the army abilities spread at the moment. For Nurgle, right? Because they're the only one with spreading army abilities. Alright, let's spectate Danican versus Blake. Spec slot, please. Very nice. So I'll at least make it to tiebreakers. Very fun. None of them do. Man, I wonder how they broke that. What did CA do? What did they do, man? This is Danican versus Blake. Spec slot, please. Alright, we'll be able to spectate a game. My opponent just dropped, so I guess it technically counts as a win. I'll leave that there just so people know that we've qualified. Nurgle bug infestation. How's a toad dragon doing nowadays? Only feels okay. Need to harass CA about fixing it. I think it's been reported. All right, nice. We got a lobby. This should be fun. Is Danican playing Dark Elves? A corn, let's go. Hey. 10 years of spaghetti code is collapsing under its own weight. Yo, I'm so happy they're making a new engine. All right, let's take a look. 20 years. Is it going to be Khorne versus High Elves? I want to see how Danican plays this matchup. This is a fork of Rome 2. It goes that far back. Jeez. Yeah, it's about time we get a new engine. They should just remake Warhammer 3 in the new engine. You know, just relaunch it. Start from the beginning, man. How much work could that possibly be, you know? Warhammer 3 remastered. Come on, CA. Oh, man, I wish I could have done it better. I wish. That's life, though. There are players younger than this engine. Significantly so. Warhammer 3 Reforged. It's never gone wrong before. Yeah, we'll wait it out. At least the game's playable. There's just a few big things that I want them to really focus on. I've been super hard pushing for better unit control and spectator UI. They get that down, I would be so happy. Dang, okay, so I think it actually is Khorne versus High Elves. Dang. That's pretty scary. You think Daniken will play Khorne into my Skaven if we run into him? The Dread Khorne v Skaven matchup again? He did lose that. Charek showed that Skaven can beat Khorne with the power of Storm Vermin. He also took the Sensor Bearers, didn't he, right? I think he did. Just got clickbaited by the stream title. Do I still think Skaven are the worst multiplayer faction? So I haven't been able to play Skaven yet. Based off the fact that people are continuously banning Skaven and not letting me play them, they might not be the worst. I think the faction that people were most readily picking is probably Nurgle. I think most people, they seem more comfortable playing versus Nurgle than Skaven. Which is kind of funny. But that's Nurgle for you. These in the pits. Though I'm convinced I just don't know how to play them properly. I think if I was given builds by turn, I think it would be much better. I'm not denying the Skaven. Every single pick and ban I've offered up Skaven. It's my opponents. They are too fearful. Nurgle loves the pits. Oh boy. I don't know why I didn't see that coming. Oh no. Alright, Hobo Honkers is ready. Yo, I want to see this. Come on. This is so exciting. Yo, Daniken is one of the most fun players for me to watch. Because he plays pretty differently, faction to faction. With Charix, he plays a really clean kite game. But, like, it's just a really clean kite game every time. With Daniken, there's, like, some fun infantry styles. There's some cool text that he whips out. So fun to watch. I don't even have a good grasp of what playstyle Daniken goes for exactly. I don't know. He's very hard to read. You want to send a build? You can send a build if you want, Trizik. Go for it. I will need to actually run it before I am convinced of anything, though. So, I guess sending the build is the first step. If there's one thing I learned debating people over the years, it's that assumptions are terrible. Assumptions just end all good discussion. Okay, pretty normal build. But yeah, like once people just start assuming things, and it's just like you can't argue back. I am very guilty of this. Although a lot of the time stuff people suggest I've already tried before and it doesn't work, but there's a few things that I haven't tried. Actually, quite a few things. So I gotta stay open to that, don't I? What we got? Some Chaos Warhounds of Khorne. We got some Flesh Hounds. And then it's just a warrior block with some bloodletters. Very fighty, a little bit of mobility. You love to see it. Danican's up against Hobo Honkers as the High Elves. We got some Reaver Archer shenanigans, Heralds of the Wind. They are basically the melee Reavers, stat-wise. But they have a ranged attack, so it's a merger of the two. Pretty nice for the Cycle Charge. Got some Lothern Sky Cutters. The non-bolt thrower variant seems to be the one that is stronger. Quite significantly so, actually. No, we don't assume I'm going to throw my Lord. We know I'm going to throw my Lord. I think, you know, in any big tournament, almost a 100% chance. No assumptions needed. Also, by the way, Arball pretty high. What was he at? Fury of the Blood God has an explosion. That's it. It's just a little nifty explosion. Love to see it. A little bit of dodging. Sky Cutters will still get their damage though, and it's quite a bit. They shoot 3 missiles. Each missile hits for 29 damage. So it's rather painful. You don't really want to be getting shot up by that. Very good for killing monstrous units. They could bully the Bloodletters too if they really wanted to. But Danican choosing instead to, Hobo Honker is choosing to contest this. He's gonna land the Chariots. Here we go. Let's see it. Chariots downhill charge versus the Warriors of Khorne. The attack command has been no. He doesn't go for it. What do you mean? Oh, what in the what? I think he could have gone to charge in before the doggos got there, but can't blame a guy for playing it safe. When will you play the French? I do need to, you know, relearn Bretonnia properly at some point. Good dodging from Danican, by the way. Arball's quite fast, 95 speed. It's like Slaneshi speed almost. That's going to help him a lot for these Sky Cutters. Once you've drained them of their ammunition, life ain't too bad. As you can see, the damage mitigation's actually been quite good this game. Danican using those fast hands, dodging with the dogs, dodging with everything. I really think these should be shooting the Exalted Bloodletters because they can't dodge. And they can get so much damage on them. By shooting these guys, they're not really doing as much, I feel. I think he also friendly fired them with the Zone Reavers, but should still be fine. How's the target firing going? I don't know. I think the Sky Cutter target priority is slightly off. He's shooting the dogs too much, man. He's not respecting the Danican, but Danican knows how to dodge, all right? Shooting with archer units at max range, well, what are you doing? You're facing the world champion, man. He can dodge. Oh my gosh, what a tragedy. What a tragedy of ammunition. Oh geez. All right, so finally he has the Sky Cutter shooting at something that's not gonna dodge. Shooting at the backs of the Chaos Warriors. You can see how quickly they take a quarter HP off these guys. Danican's moving up now. When will Turn stop banning players for no reason? I don't know what you're talking about. That sounds very not Turin. But back to the match. Looking pretty nifty. For Danican anyways, the overall damage he's taken is super low. Has tons of money in reserve. And now the Minotaurs are going to the flank. Seems like he's pretty confident that he can hold on to the points. Doesn't feel the need to go for the 3rd point. Doesn't want to take a bad fight there. Makes a lot of sense. Miniam, I am... Oh boy. Look, honestly, I'm pretty sure this chat is not where you go to dispute Turin's admin calls. It's just so random. Take it elsewhere, man. If you have a really big problem and you feel like this is really important to you, DM me on Discord, all right? But otherwise, the context here just looks really bad for you. Just DM me on Discord, all right? We'll leave it there. I'm here to enjoy this game. More war, less drama. Exactly. Don't feed the troll. Well, you know, sometimes there's legitimate reasons. If they keep popping off in chat and being annoying, then I'll just mute them. But I think it's reasonable to at least send them the right direction. There's not a lot going on anyways. It's just a little bit of skirmish. Ban him too. Dang, you guys got the bloodlust. You watch one corn game, they're like, bring me his head. By the way, this ammunition, these Chaos Warriors have tanked so many arrows. Technically 0 value, but just the ammo drain is super nice. What do we got? We got some Furies. We got the Furies on the flank. Very exciting. Game starting. And we got some Blades of Oath. Ooh, Blades of Oath versus Exalted Bloodletters. Who wins? They both have magic damage. These guys don't have Fizz Res though. Stat-wise, significantly better. You're just trolling? Ah, okay, there you go. What do we got? You know, actually not bad for the Bloodletters. I think these guys didn't get their charge off. And for a similar price, that's actually not too bad. What we got over here? Sea Elemental. Chilling. Not taking any damage, by the way. This could be kind of bad for corn. Game is dead. All right. All right, Miniamp. Honestly, just don't try to spark conversation, all right? I don't want to have to deal with people misinterpreting you. If you keep that up, I am going to time you out, actually. Let's see what we got. Oh, Shield of Thorns on the Sea Guard. All right, how about this? Dang, Blades of Hearth kind of got wrecked. They did trade the Bloodletters, but I don't know. How much value did they get? Decent. I guess they did their job. What we got over here? Oh, dang. Okay, some Skull Reapers. Is this going Danican's way, though? All right. All right. Here's the big problem, right? So the High Elves are trying to get... The High Elves are trying to get a... You know, a good value lead. They're getting good damage with the Sea Elemental. And they're fighting on their side of the map. Meanwhile, Danican is just trying to get the capture points and to trade roughly evenly. So we would expect Danican to be slightly behind on the value trading. That's happening mostly because of the all the heals that are going down. But he does secure the triple. He does secure the triple. So that means we're looking at like 3 minutes for the High Elves. Generally speaking, a little sus. A little sus. Now, High Elves do have a winning point over here, which I think is really good for them. I think it will mostly depend on if they win this point. So if they win this point in the next minute and they capture this one with the Sea Elemental, they're in a good spot. But this is not going to be captured anytime soon because it's literally just the one Sea Elemental. And this one over here, looking pretty bad actually, right? So what? This one Exalted Bloodletter just clobbered the Spearmen. Honestly, the Exalted Bloodletters are kind of cool. Even though one of them kind of got traded out, this last one is just being an absolute menace. Archers are busy trying to shoo away the Minotaurs. But yeah, there's like nothing left. Look at this guy. Arbol is Arbol's full HP. There's like 1 million Marauders in here. Yeah, no, High Elves are super dead. High Elves are super duper dead. It looked like this could have gone their way for half a second. But yeah. Yeah, there's just nothing left. I don't even know if these skirmishers really did much. Oh, yeah. I think if I had to put a number to it on what lost hope or honkers the game, I think it's the early skirmish really didn't pay for itself. Take a look at these sky cutters. 1,150 each. Basically no value on these guys, right? No capture weight. I think there was just too much wasted ammunition. These archers did get a lot of value shooting the minotaurs, and that's what you want to see, right? You want to see a range unit pay for itself and then some. But all the early game stuff, less so. And then from that, Daniken just had a little bit too big of an army. And the triple cap is solid. Oh, and that was a sword of Khorne. Barely missed it. Deleted both archers. Khorne did not like that these guys were shooting the minotaurs. Staying out of melee. Papa Khorne bought the melee to them, and there they go. Dang, all right. Well, that's brutal. That's brutal. Holy moly. What we have, yeah, okay, yeah. There's no value on all the skirmishers. Sea Elemental also didn't do anything. Jeez Louise. How'd the Oceanids do? You know, weirdly enough, the Oceanids were not bad. Same with the Blades of Hoeth. I think it was just the skirmishers. You really need to get a lot of value with them early on. Because if you just get that kind of light poke action, that happens. Your opponent just slowly gets way too big of an army, and you can't really fight back. Though a nice effort. Dang, there's actually so little point hold. There's so few point holders here. It's just 2 spears and the Sea Elemental. Daniken's also a menace too. He doesn't seem to get tired when he dodges all the time against those skirmishers. He seemed real comfortable with the dodges there. Very impressive. Well, GG. Top 4 and tiebreakers starting to round out. Why are people bringing Skull Reapers? I don't know. I think Skull Reapers are really good versus cavalry. They have a lot of mass. And they are okay versus infantry. I don't know exactly why people are bringing them though, compared to other stuff. Like you can just take more Exalted Bloodletters. But I think they're probably not as bad as maybe people are giving them credit for. I don't know though. I do Outer Region. I do think they're not that good. This is probably better, but hey, I'm not a Khorne main. Nasty Nurgle. Yeah, I don't know if I want to play Nurgle again. Or maybe I need to start with the good Nurgle matchups and then work my way up from there. There's still so much to learn with this faction. There's such a menace. Maybe I should just start with the Mantide if I'm playing these factions. Usually I don't like man-tiding with other factions because the skill ceiling makes me feel like I just get screwed if my opponent plays right. But with factions like this, it might just be better. In the end, we're all Khorne mains. Maybe not Tau players. Yo, I'm so hyped for Tau for 40k. Come on, man, give me Tau. Hey, Minium, I gave you the warning. I warned you, man. I'll see you tomorrow. Oh, my goodness. All right, so we're still waiting on, what, a few players. So what we have, Adlering, Daniken, Blake, and myself that are in tiebreakers right now. As soon as I mentioned Tau, Turin, yeah. Turin, Turin is not gonna like playing against my Tau in 40k. That's just how I play, though. If my opponent isn't suffering, what am I doing with my life? Of course you would like Tau. Why would I not? The mass pew pew. Anyways, I think Guardsman, though. The first thing I'm gonna do when 40k comes out, I'm gonna go a mass Guardsman build Just the cheapest pew pew you've ever seen, but it's like a full 20 stack of it. What are they gonna do against 3,000 bullets barreling their way every single second, you know? Imagine 3,000 guardsmen stack loses to like 10 space marines. It might. It might. I don't know how the counters work in that game, but if it's like Warhammer 3, then I think they, yeah. The Angry Flashlight Brigade. Yo, it'd be so sick, man. Come on, Skaven Slave Slingers are hype. Aren't Guardsmen just Skaven? Well, Skaven don't really have good pew pew. I'm kind of banking on the fact that Guardsmen have at least decent pew pew. Like, I know they're not going to do that much damage, but like quantity of fire, you know, like Skaven, if I could take more than 5 Skaven slaves, I would. All right, let's make this clear. A Skaven slave slinger 20 stack would be genuinely terrifying in multiplayer. You notice another bug with Nurgle? Jeez. The Demon Prince can't use Purple Sun when it's unlocked in the skill tree. Classic. Classic. There doesn't appear to be anything on the magic toolbar. Well, there was a giant sky laser. So I don't know how... we'll see how it works. Guardsmen have pew infantry, Ogren melee, vehicles, and artillery. Yeah, I think it could be super fun. 20 Skaven slaves versus 1 Grail Knight. Basically, except the Grail Knight can't dodge because it's all gunpowder, right? They don't have the arcs of fire, which does make a massive difference. Isn't the Sky Laser basically the Stegodon laser? I think it's way bigger. I don't know if it'll be there in multiplayer though. The map pin bug was load bearing. Yo, is it still okay, no, J Tomb stayed pinned. Okay, so that means maybe I can get some of these in. This is not the first time I've pinned some of these maps. It's not even properly fixed, which is very silly. It's like, how many CA employees does it take to screw in a light bulb type situation? I imagine they have more important stuff to work on. I did tell them, by the way, that I would rather they work on other stuff than the pinned maps feature. But at the very least, it shows that they listen to me. Because I'm pretty sure if I never mentioned it, the map pin feature would be broken forever. So I can be fairly sure that they are listening. I did report this like on launch though, so that means any bug that I have to report, I should expect to wait 1 year. No, my bad. 3 years before 3 years before they get it fixed. So we gotta make sure we report the bugs early. All right, there we go. That's a good amount of pins. Maybe this means reverse psychology works on them. Wait, how so? All right, caught up with chat. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Bug reports for Warhammer 1 are getting through now. Yeah, tell that to the gate bug. Yo, gate bug is so silly. I can't believe it's still in. It has to be a thing. Like, they obviously know about gate bug. But I think gate bug is probably such a mess. Like, they don't want to have to completely reprogram gates in the game, right? But it's so bad that they don't want to fix that. Blows the mind. You told them you'd rather they work on other things? Oh, okay, I see. Well, I also asked them to work on a lot of different stuff. New engine is just to fix the gate bug. Hell yeah. Honestly worth. Yo, imagine Warhammer 40k comes out and there's siege battles. They just have a little tiny gate there. I bet the new engine doesn't even have gates. I bet 40k is not gonna have proper gates. Just remove the... Yeah, I've been saying for years, man. A good terrain battle is way more fun than a siege battle. Like, a choke point battle is way more fun. Maybe that's just me, though. But, like, I've seen people talk about choke point battles, and they're excited when they see it. They're like, oh, hell yeah. They post it to Reddit. They're like, look at this sick AoE I got on this choke point. Ain't nobody doing that for gates. Trailer had no gates. $1 million bug fix. Warhammer 40k is with the new engine. That's what we're assuming. If it's Medieval 3 that's getting the new engine, that would be kind of disappointing. We'll have to see. I don't know if they did give confirmation, though. They've been drip feeding a little bit of news. So we're waiting on K-Knight and Ulrich Wall to face off, and then we're good. I think Joni and Realm don't have enough points to make it to tiebreakers, so. Oh my gosh, phalanxes. I've seen the videos. I wish I was around for those glory days. Medieval 3 and 40k both use a new engine in interviews. Ah, hell yeah. Yo. Oh man, there's so much potential. If 40k... Look, Warhammer 1 was not a perfect game, right? But Warhammer 1 and Warhammer 2, they popped off so hard, right? They really drew in a lot of people. The problem is that when we got to Warhammer 3, all the new developers and all that, it eventually turned the game into a buggy mess. But with Warhammer 40k, because we're starting fresh, right? Maybe we can replicate some of that. Come on, CA. Come on, my career depends on this. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to find a new game. It'd be painful. You guys know how hard it is to change games as a YouTuber? It's brutal. Not impossible, but it ain't pretty. I think if 40k flops, oh boy, I don't know. We'll have to see. Let's not be a downer, though. As it stands, I do very much enjoy playing Warhammer, especially after winning that giant tournament. Talk about an ego boost. There's a long post about all the games and the future of them today. What they say about Warhammer 3, are they gonna keep putting out sick DLCs twice a year? I wish you could go back to 3 times a year. I remember when 3 times a year felt pretty good. 2 times a year, I was like, that feels really slow. Now I'm begging them to go back to that. I miss it. Give me 3 times, please. All right, at Dan again, at Adler, stand by. Left is top bracket at Ulrich Wall versus at Martinus, at Blake versus at Anticity. Tiebreakers. All right. I'm up against Hobo Honkers. Yo, what's up, man? are you... Do you have a faction declared? Question mark. If they do, then it's gonna be High Elves. We did just see them play. Nice, it's High Elves. Alright. Vengeance for Nurgle? Sure, why not? Nurgle? Skaven. Who else is good versus High Elves? Lizardmen? That's kind of cool. I kind of like Lizardmen here. Sure, why not? That's good enough. What's the map? Proving Grounds. Alright. Should be fun. New Cathay? Are we gonna get a Cathay DLC or something? He picked Nurgle. Okay, you know what? I'm convinced now. Nurgle is worse. Nurgle is worse than Skaven. People are so happy to pick Nurgle every time I have them. It's sad. Let's see here. Oh, huh. Okay. Daniken and Adler are actually facing in the top 4. You can face Adler right now if you'd like. Alright, so the Tiebreaker people are fighting each other. Weird. Total Tavern is strange. Alright, here we go. So you guys said a more infantry-based Nurgle build is smarter here? Is that what you're saying? Everyone wants me to go, yeah, more infantry-focused? Fine. Fine, so be it. You know what? This is pretty cool. Sure. Yeah, alright. Looking pretty cool. Then we can take some of these abilities. Yeah. Yeah, alright. Alright, I got a sick Nurgle build. You guys will love it. Does anyone know if Marauders of Nurgle are at all useful anymore? What's the best Nurgle infantry? Do I just go Chaos Warriors of Nurgle? Someone said Forsaken of Nurgle are hype. I do like me some Forsaken. Tamarkon's passive is nice. Is it? They brought some of the original devs in for the different games. Oh, that's cool. You like Forsaken? Yeah, Forsaken do seem, especially against High Elves. Seems not terrible, actually, yeah. Sure. Sure, yeah. Forsaken. Pestigores. Some people mentioned those. I think Forsaken and Pestigores are better than Marauders of Nurgle. And then what? The Barons of the Bog. The Bile Trolls. Okay, we're probably gonna face like a Mega Caradrian. The thing is, Caradrian's expensive, so if I just spam infantry, he can't be that bad, right? Maybe get some axe throwers in there. Yeah, sure. Alright, this is a janky build, but mayhaps it will do okay. I think I can beat Caradrian if he shows up, at least. Ah, sure, why not? All right, here we go. Let's do it. Wall of Flesh. Wall of Flesh time. If I can get a win with Nurgle in the in the tiebreaker phase. That's pretty nice. Gotta include Chosen. Yeah, Turin really does like Chosen, doesn't he? Alrighty. So, not a lot of infantry. Very strong single entity core, though. This is specifically to counter the Caradrian shenanigans, right? So I'll go for this point, progress here. Nice and simple. Now you might be wondering, how are we gonna survive with so few units? And that's with some Vanguard. So I have a lot of Vanguard infantry. I'm just starting with these guys because they're real solid and expensive. I don't want to have to call them in later. There is a Caradrian. I gotta be super careful with them because of his giant aura, but if we do that, I think we're fine. Some Tyrannok chariots. This is 3-3. This is 3 units we can't see. So I think this is quite similar to the previous situation that we saw. At the very least, I don't have to worry about dying horribly. Because, well, they can't really land. Sorry, it's hard to think today. These guys can't really land on me. Do you not respect me? Does nobody respect me? Hoba Honkers takes a pot shot at my boys here. Just taking pot shots. Missing quite a bit. Are you gonna land with the Caradrian? We'll see. These Forsaken can definitely just get in there. And then I guess we just get comfortable with summoning infantry. I guess that's just how this works. Alright. More Forsaken. So we're just gonna head over here, maybe capture a point. This chariot is in a bad position. Gets a volley off, but it's not gonna do too much damage. And then, ooh, that'll be a pretty good little spell cast over there. Knocks over some infantry. Pretty good time. Tyrannok chariots are not the best in general, so that feels pretty nice. Getting a little bit of deeps in. Tyrannok chariots are absolutely dead now. In ship's company, we can begin to kill next. Now there's some cavalry over there, but that's what the Miasma of Pestilence is for. Let's reduce that charge bonus real quick. Now, who's he going for? Who's he fighting? We'll see. That damage reflect is going to be painful for the Cav, though. He kind of needs his cavalry to stick around for a long time. But if they all die, it's very rough. And they are indeed just dying. Honestly, the Nurgle infantry corps looking pretty good. Crap, I was a little slow on that damage reflect. Though it is going to proc. Gonna get some decent damage over there. And I think we just start chasing down the skirmishers. Honestly, this is not going super great for him. Damage reflect on the Forsaken is nasty. Plus they have 145 armor now, making them effectively indestructible. And I think we just start summoning horsemen to deal with Caradrian. And then we win. Yeah, and then I think we win. These skirmishers are running. I was unable to catch them. But we've already got a very nice lead for ourselves. The Tyrannok chariots was weird. I don't know how I feel about those guys. I feel like the Tyrannok chariots are actually super bad. And Caradrian does not have the DPS either to really win this. So yeah, I think we just put a little bit of time pressure on. Countercharge the silver helms. Maybe some arrows will friendly fire them. That'll be nice. There goes another Tyrannok chariot. I don't know what's up with the Tyrannok chariot. That's really weird. Ain't no way Tyrannok chariots are actually good here. But alright, here come the dragon princes. Vengeance for my Rot Knights. So we're gonna do it. We're gonna take the fight here. He's gonna heal, but this time Damage reflect. Boom. How do you like that, you darn dragon princes? Yeah, it's working. It's working. They're dying. Let's go. Give them the slow. Amazing. Amazing. What a game changer. Wow. That's hype. That's very hype. We actually did it. The Rot Knights lived. That positively annihilated the poor guys. Dragon Princes are down for the count. It's super effective. Hell yeah. Yeah, I think just damage reflecting the Dragon Princes and putting it on the Rot Knights, it just works so well. Karagian we're just gonna ignore. He's going for my caster, but he can run away, no problem. I forgot to use this thing this whole time. Whoopsies. It's fine. It's fine. This battle's as good as over. Nurgle supremacy. This Karagian's so expensive. He doesn't even have the ability. Well, I guess we'll just kill him then. Beat him up. Yeah, he doesn't have the damage thing, so I can just fight him. Just fight him normally. It's fine. That should work pretty well. He is full surrounded. Beast of Nurgle is debuffing him. Melee stats are absolute hot garbage right now. We do have some Dragon Princes still surviving. I'm gonna need to deal with them. I guess I'm gonna try some damage reflect on my Marauder Horseman. That could actually work pretty well. And then we do this. We do, yeah, oh, yeah, there you go. Take that, Karagian. No melee stats for you. So this is how you play Nurgle. You just take 1,000,000 damage. And you just let the damage reflect cook. Happy turn noises. This is a much better build. The Forsaken were really good. I think you just have to get more comfortable not microing. Nurgle is definitely not my kind of faction. But at the very least, if I can learn their playstyle, we'll get in somewhere. Let's slow down to L'Oreal. She's super slowed because of the poison effect on her too. Though she might be able to escape still. We'll see. These guys have spell resist. Whoops. It's fine. I heal whenever I do that, so that's not really a big issue. Dang, these Shadow Warriors have been shooting all game. Kind of annoying. Oh, can I reduce the charge bonus? Is it too late? I guess it reduces the melee attack too. It might have worked actually. And then I should be able to get a pretty devastating counter charge on them. Then we're gonna kill a L'Oreal. Yeah, the skirmishers are annoying, but you have so much HP that as long as you can take decent fights elsewhere, it's not bad. I do still feel like against a good enough player, we're just screwed. But, you know, if we can squeeze a misplay or something out of our opponent, like they take one bad fight against the Rot Knights or something, then we're starting to cook. Gonna deny that D-summon, by the by. Ooh, there you go. There's that damage reflect aura. So now these sword masters are taking so much damage. Yeah, they do not like that damage reflect. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna cast a spell so all my guys heal up. That is the Nurgle way. Might as well just, I don't know, just summon everything. Get all the units on the battlefield. L'Oreal is gone, and that's gonna be GG. Well, that was positively wonderful, wasn't it? I did it. I finally won with Nurgle. GG, well played. I do think the Karagian, you can actually just ignore them. Unless he gets to jump on the Rot Knights. But if he doesn't, it's beautiful. What a swing, though. The Rot Knights this time. 3,400 value. Wow. You just need some infantry to set up for them. Kaizek did really well. My lord did really well. I really like that damage reflect. All right, you guys have me sold on this lord. Chaos Lord of Nurgle. I think I saw what was it, Broccoli Fangirl? I think I saw a replay with Broccoli Fangirl that used the Chaos Lord of Nurgle for the damage reflect, and yeah, it's insane. It's actually insane. So much damage. Shadow Warrior Kite, or Shadow Warrior Kite was still strong though. But overall, not bad. So that puts me over here. So I'm probably up against Ulrich Rahl or Martinus. All right, so I'm up against Ulrich, I believe. Very nice. Sent the message. Let's give him the code, and then I think we're good to go. I'm playing the second best faction. Skaven is first. Is it truly an Anticity build with no Forsaken? Dude, Forsaken play into my capabilities so well. Also, having a 46 speed infantry on Nurgle is so nice. Even faster than the Pestigors, dang. Damage reflect OP. Yeah, I guess so. I should use Curse of the Leper more often. Even if you just send infantry on each other, it's probably not terrible. The armor increase is really good too. Smart that it's an armor increase, not a melee defense increase. Honestly, kinda sick. That's kinda sick. Ooh, you can use this if you're worried about final transmutation. You like the Forsaken of Nurgle? Yeah. Feel much better than Marauders. We forsook the Chosen. I should try Chosen at some point. At some point. Just not right now. Alright, so just need to make sure that I am checked in properly for this event. Nurgling's ROR combo with damage reflect spell kills elite infantry really well. That one's pretty cool, but I feel like those Nurglings can just get shot to death. Though, if given the right situation, they will do well. Too expensive. Yeah, Chosen of Nurgle are really expensive. The extra HP pool's not bad though. This guy's insane though. Rot or Die being plus 20. So if you think about it, if you use Rot or Die and then you overcast Curse of the Leper, that's 28. That's 48 damage reflect. That is enough to two-shot infantry. So on the charge, you can actually get an insane trade. That is something definitely worth considering. Anyone know if the Beast of Nurgle was good here? I think the Beast of Nurgle's kind of eh. I'd be happy to sub it out with more infantry. Starting with a Rot Knight is good though. Like I think starting with a Rot Knight, you summon in your infantry. You have a small group that you just take one very strong fight with. And then... yeah, and then you go from there. Are the Nurgle heroes any good? Well, No one's running the cultist nowadays. Exalted hero, I don't see too often. He used to be popular on a chariot. Yeah, Slime Trail is pretty nice. The speed debuff is pretty good because stacking speed debuffs is just additive. So if you combine that with, like, you know, the poison, you already have a 25% speed debuff. That's pretty sick, right? It's very hard to disengage from Nurgle. And the Beast of Nurgle is 45 speed, so it can actually catch fools. I think that might have helped me catch the chariots, actually. Though I'm not sure if it got close enough. It's kind of cool. Like, yeah, if you think about it, if everything's being slowed, then suddenly your Forsaken are basically Forsaken of Slaanesh. In a sense. Yeah, I think the cultists are not terrible, but people don't really run them anymore. Armor debuff is kind of cool, though. Okay, so Ulrich Wall's still playing his match. Barons of the Bog. Yeah, Turin, I noticed my cavalry was being super slowed in my high elf game against him. Barons of the Bog have the Wasting Sickness. So the mass decrease. Oh, they don't have a slow, though? Huh. Okay, this though, Rot or Die. So it's 18 seconds, 90-second cooldown. Yeah, this is just insane. I think Rot or Die is crazy strong. Can spread to 6 units. Rot or Die on Rot Knights means that your Rot Knights will never lose a cav trade. That has to be, that's insane. That's crazy, man. Honestly, this is pretty cool. This is like some sick tech Nurgle can whip out. Spread doesn't work anymore. No, I think it was working. It's just the army abilities, right? Let's just load into a game real quick. It doesn't spread right now. How did my Rot Knights win so hard then? Was it just because of the spell that I cast? Wait, so does nothing spread? All right, here we go. Let's see if we can figure things out.
My sword awaits.
Just not army abilities, only army abilities. Yeah, look, it's spread. Rot or Die, damage flag. Yeah, it's just army abilities for whatever reason, which is so weird. Yeah, we got Outer Region in chat. Classic. OG player. But yeah, you could pretty easily get your whole front line damage reflecting. Huge value. Huge value. Patenting the can't touch this build. I copied this off of Broccoli Fangirl. The Rot or Die tech is not mine, unfortunately. This guy's expensive though. 1750. My goodness. No regeneration. They're just expensive. Yeah, they're so expensive. And they got good stats though. Like, they ain't gonna die anytime soon. Rot or Die was popular once in a while, yeah. It's just, I don't see enough Nurgle players. What does this guy have? A melee defense boost. Acid, Icor. It is pronounced Icor, apparently. This guy doesn't really have too much, though. I think, honestly, Kaizek doesn't do that much either. Sword of Filth can be cool, though. I think, in a blob fight, if I use Sword of Filth and Rot or Die, and we just take a normal frontline fight, that's pretty crazy, right? You're looking at a minus 24 melee defense. That's basically Helm of Discord. Betonia versus Nurgle. Yeah, I wonder how this works versus Betonia. One misplayed charge and it's over. I think you kind of have to bait out this guy's ability. You need to fake a charge, and then once it's down, then you actually go for the fight. But it's really hard to not take a cav fight. At a certain point, you're kind of committed, or you're just gonna get countercharged, and then it sucks either way. Didn't Lewin kill Kugath in the end times? I don't know, man. End times lore is not my jam. Exciting match. Exciting. I wonder what Ulrich Wall's playing. Did they declare a faction? I feel like Ulrich Wall's probably gonna win. They're just really strong. Ooh, is Ulrich Wall doing the 3-pick system? Ah. Nice, so we might get a 3x3 matrix. Very fun. This format's really fun, by the way. For people who just want to play it like an SFT, you just declare your one faction and you're good to go. For people who want to play 3x3 matrix, they can do that. Because the people who like to play 3x3 matrix, they also like to counterpick, right? So people... what's it? Yeah, so I think it all works out pretty well. And the people who are playing single factions don't seem too peeved by getting counterpicked. So it's pretty chill. And the tournament goes by pretty fast. If fewer people are forced to learn 3x3 matrix. I like it a lot. How does Lewin beat Kugath and then loses to Festus? And then Festus dies to Vlad. Oh, jeez, end times. End times lore sucks, man. Literally, their marketing. Didn't they say like, ah, yes, you're, you know, you get to decide how the end times play out. Subtly being like, yeah, we know you wanted it to go different. You get to change end times history. You guys think the end times DLC will be hype or nah? It seems like they want to really, you know, it seems like they're quite ambitious with it. It is both exciting and worrying, right? But like, I don't know. Ultimate Crisis was cool, but it wasn't implemented super well. I'm hoping that the lessons learned from how they did Ultimate Crisis will make end times better. Ungrim dies off screen. Jeez Louise. I wish they were as ambitious with gates. Man, chat doesn't hold back. At least the last DLC was a fine DLC. It was good, it was fun. But also not like mind-blowing, right? I don't know where they plan to go. I've been pushing hard for CA to give us more difficulty options. Not to make the game harder, just more difficulty options. Lest there be riots. If they don't make the game have more options for an end time scenario, I'ma be a sad man. They really need a way to make it where doom stacking is not so easy. Doom stacking, like even a minor doom stack trivializes the entire game. Just make an army that's strong enough to beat 90% of the enemy armies and then you win. because you get so much money from post-battle loot that expensive armies tend to pay for themselves. That's the biggest issue with the game in my head. And I feel like they will not fix that. But we'll see. Alright. Me versus Ulrich Val, and we actually are using the pick and ban system. How exciting. So, I am top bracket. Remove post-battle loot option. I think higher difficulty modes. If on higher difficulty, post-battle loot was reduced, that would be an interesting way to balance it, but that would cause so many weird issues. Although, I think that would actually... that would be not terrible. It would still kind of encourage doom stacking, though, because you need to be super efficient. So, yeah, I don't know. First pick is going to be Skaven, because Skaven are hype. And they actually do counter a good handful of factions. Do the Tomb Kings thing and just army cap it. Army capping's pretty cool. I think having an option to turn on army caps, that could be interesting. Although, it could work not bad. Limit the number of heroes you can add to armies and all that. I think Lightning Strike is way too OP right now. It shouldn't load you into a new battle and reset your heal cap. It should just severely delay their reinforcements. That would honestly help out a lot. Slanesh and Khorne. Woof. Alright. Slanesh and Khorne. Well, I guess Grand Cathay's not bad. Skaven, Grand Cathay, and what's my last one? Do I go Kislev? It's not terrible. Yeah, some factions are really dependent on post-battle loot, but you can just not touch those. I don't know. See, this is the thing though, right? It's a big problem. It's not a simple solution, which is why you can't really mod it in to fix it. You need like an actual dev team, which is why I want CA to do it. But we'll see. I messaged this fairly early on, so given the 3-year timeline to fix issues, maybe next year. Just in time for that, just in time for the big End Times DLC. Alright, so I'm gonna go out on a whim and say Skaven are bad versus Slanesh. So I'm gonna ban that to start. That seems reasonable enough to me. The map is the Proving Ground. No, yes, it is the Proving Grounds, okay. Honestly, Kislev and Grand Cathay on Proving Grounds is a little sus. I might have made a misplay there. Maybe I have something up my sleeve, though. Grand Cathay can fight Slanesh. Kislev, kind of. Norska... Oof. Do I want to play Grand Cathay versus Norska? That sounds pretty hellish. Grand Cathay versus Norska. Bleh. Maybe I can do some Moonbird shenanigans. Anyone know if Moonbirds kill Bearmen? I feel like their HP pool is so high, but Moonflare can be pretty nifty. You know, maybe I can win with Cathay into Norska. It's been a while since I played a Cathay Moonbird build. There were mods for army cap systems for every faction. That was fun to mess around with, yeah. But, yeah, you can still, even with, well, I guess army cap for specific armies, not just unit caps. Hope the Nagash DLC is not worse than the mod. The mod is actually super fun and thematic. Oh boy. Well, generally speaking, CA does better than mods when they actually release it. But yeah, it is quite slow. Alright, so Ulrikval banned Slanesh Grand Cathay. Would I play Kislev versus Slanesh though? That's the real question. Probably not. Skaven versus Khorne. I can copy the Charix build. Skaven versus Norska. Oh, does Skaven beat Norska? I get the feeling the answer is no. Grand Cathay might be worse though into Norska. Though I might have a way to kill the Dreadmaw. Oh, with the Chimeras though? Yeah, I'm just gonna ban that. I'll leave it to Kislev to beat Norska. Let's see here. Skaven versus Khorne, Skaven versus Norska. I think Skaven can actually do decently into Norska, weirdly enough. Kislev versus Norska's not bad. Kislev versus Khorne. Yeah, let's just ban out Slanesh. Alright. I've banned out Slanesh. So it's either Skaven versus Khorne or Norska or Kislev versus Khorne and Norska. This is not a great situation. But if we play it well, I think it's fine. You want to start multiplayer? Is Ogre Kingdoms or Lizardmen legit to play? Yes, you can absolutely win tournaments with them. They're not top tier, but you can win tournaments. You like cycle charge play in Ogres? It's low-key. Obese Bretonia? Yeah. Those are great. Norska's top tier faction right now. Absolutely. There's a few top tier Ogre players too. I think Scrambled Eggs plays a pretty mean Ogres. Berserk also plays a pretty mean Ogres. He won with Greasus. So there's that. Army cap? No, so army cap or unit caps is usually what people call it. Is, you know, you can only have like a certain amount of Shredders of Lustria in your main army, you know? Like you can't just spam the most elite stuff. Right? So like, you know, let's say like Sword Masses of Hoeth, you can only take 2 in your army. Something like that. And that limits people from just doom stacking. But it introduces other problems. So he bans both Khorne matchups. So it's either Skaven versus Norska or Kislev versus Norska. Well, I gotta play Skaven versus Norska then. It's finally time. After many years, we can play Skaven versus Norska. Alrighty. Time to make this thumbnail a reality. So here's the problem. Norska is a scary faction. They kind of got buffed recently. Now, Bearmen are not indestructible. They tend to do pretty badly versus monstrous infantry. I just have to make sure that I don't get javelin to death or something. So what's the best magic for the javelining? I think if I take this, then we'll be pretty good. Yeah, so we'll run some of that. Lord-wise, what do I want? Worms make range units impossible. Not impossible. It's not impossible to deal with worms, though they are definitely very painful. I know Fimir are also kind of a thing here, so we have to be a little careful about that. Let's see. What do I want for my lord? Oh, what do we want for the lord? There's a couple Norscan styles that can be very annoying. I guess I could do this. Ooh, I do have to be careful of double Chimera. Ooh. Oh, geez. Okay, yeah, double Chimera means my lord choice. I have to be super careful. it's very easy for me to lose my lord to 2 chimeras. So I have to bring something that's at least decent versus those, right? Okay, I guess I could. Oh, this is a weird one. Oh, this is starting to get weird. So I could do this. That just feels risky. That feels so risky. Do I take Tretch? What does Tretch cost with no abilities? Honestly, kind of cheap. 70 melee defense? Can Tretch survive a double Chimera hit? What's his AP value? Jeez. Alright, guy has no AP. Just take Ikit. Yeah, I think Ikit just makes more sense. But there's a certain tech that I want. So that I don't die to Norska. Ikit is probably the best, though. You have Howling Warp Gale to pin him down. Ikit probably just makes the most sense. Okay, so I can take some of that. Don't need this. Take both of those. Yeah, I guess this is probably the smart choice. Build is kind of wild. I'm not gonna lie. This is it's a bit of a weird build. But I think it's probably not bad. I think we'll be okay versus Dreadmaw. If that makes you guys feel any more comfortable. Bearmen are gonna be a bit of an issue. Well, maybe not. Maybe not, actually. Maybe not. This build might suck. It might be insane. It's a non-zero chance that this build is actually one of the best builds you have ever seen in your life. What can Norska do against this? Surely nothing. Let's see here. What else do they like to spam? Yeah, I think we're pretty good versus all that. Skin Wolves. I think I'm okay versus Skin Wolves. So that feels pretty good. Is this actually an insanely good build? Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know. There's a lot that's pretty sketchy here. You know what? All right. Okay, here we go. Oh boy. All right. Yeah, this is a build. This one will go down in history as the best Skaven build you have ever seen. I do have a Helpit Abomination. Oh boy. Skaven slaves will insta-rout if they get wormed. Yeah, the worm ranged attack counts as artillery. Plus the fear, -8, plus terror, which I think is routing at what? Does anyone know where terror routes you at? Warhammer 3 terror. I always... Terror makes enemies break at about 15 morale. Okay. I'm just gonna take that post. That Reddit post and just go on a whim. So it's -15, -8 from fear, -10 from the shot. Alright. Feast your eyes. The thumbnail has been done. So this is a fun Skaven style. Basically, you just go way more melee than they expect. And if they're not ready for it, you just win with the sick melee build. I got my Howling Warp Gale. We got some Night Runners. The breath attacks from Chimeras are pretty scary. But in theory, they can't really fight this. Guy has 12 units. It's very low. No Chimeras, though. Interesting. Just some Skin Wolves. All right. Very interesting. Okay. Well, my instincts are telling me to take Night Runners to start. We're gonna get some extra winds of magic at the very beginning. Gotta remember to use that off cooldown. What, just a couple marauders? Not too bad. It's the Maw! It's the Dread Maw! Alright, so he's going straight for my Storm Vermin. If I protect it with the Hell Pit, we're good. He has Spirit Leech, so we want to keep Icket out of range. There it is! Beat it up! Beat it up! And get ready for the Reburrow. Because he's definitely going to do that. Hell Pit Abomination does hurt. And there's the Reburrow. Alright, so interesting that he goes into the trees. I don't know what's up with that. Okay, and he's back underground. Not too bad. So, the Dreadmaw cooldown, next time it reburrows, it's going to have cooldown issues. So that's actually fairly good for us then. I think we can actually go for this point because he has his infantry here. But I don't want to leave the Dreadmaw alone. I don't want to get spread out too much. So I think we just sit on what armor we have right now, and it's probably fine. Just use my skirmishers. I hope he goes for this. Have to be a little careful about Purple Sun, but I think other than that, it ain't too bad. And yeah, Night Runners are not bad here. So yeah, we're just getting into position to bully the Dreadmaw. Just don't let it unburrow, and I think we'll be fine. Skirmisher should be pretty good here. Just a little bit of yeah, a little bit of poke. A little poke deeps. And then what are you gonna do with the Dreadmaw? The cooldowns on the poor thing are quite rough. And he's not on top of my skirmishers. So I don't think he can just pop it out. Skirmishers are actually getting pretty good deeps too. Marauder Barrowman great weapons. Yeah, they're not gonna do too great. Alright, yeah, not too bad. Just have to be a little careful about that Dreadmaw. He's gonna want to unburrow on these guys. If he stays burrowed, it's also not terrible for us. Whoops, a little bit of an explosion there. Maybe I've overextended with these guys. That's not good. He's gonna cut off my retreat. Is he gonna boat me though? It looks like no boat. Alright. Not too bad then. Dreadmaw ain't too terrifying. Oh, he does boat me. Hits a good clump of Night Runners, but we're gonna live. And we have the capture point. What's not to love? I think this is a good time to bring in the catapult too. He doesn't really have a lot to shut down the catapult. So if we just get it in there, it should be able to get some pretty good work done. Dreadmaw though. The Dreadmaw is going to be trying to shut it down then. I forgot about that, I'm not gonna lie. So that is going to be mildly scary. But if I keep the Rat Ogres nearby, I think we can punish it. If it does decide to go for that. Skirmish wise, we're doing not bad. Hell Pit Abomination's chilling. Oh crap, that's a Purple Sun. I keep missing these ability casts. Slight misplay on my part. Oh wait, I have Triads. So Icket probably doesn't need to be there. He can support this instead. Just gotta make sure he doesn't take this point. Yeah, what are you gonna do? I got Rat Ogres here. Doesn't mean I have to defend this thing, but it ain't too bad. Let's just make sure the Hell Pit doesn't die. A couple Ice Wolves. They're not gonna do much. And no unburrow, so yeah, there it is. All right, Triad time. Triads will do well there. We do barely hold on to that point too. Very nice. All right, solid. So if I can just retake this, I'm pretty happy. Ice Wolves should not do super well versus Rat Ogres, I don't think. And the artillery piece is still doing well. Icket's doing not bad. Gotta be careful though. Skin Wolf's coming in. Alright, not bad. We have a bunch of skirmishers here. And it's a fun game. Lots of tussling. It's good back and forth. And I think he reburrowed the Dreadmaw, which is, generally speaking, quite good for us. Artillery piece is actually popping off. We've recaptured the point. Super nice. Making use of my regeneration. You'll love to see it. Honestly, things are not going terribly. Just got to be a little careful about this pocket here, but I think it ain't too bad. Yeah, that's a pretty decent route that we managed to get off over here. His Dreadmaw is just chilling. Oh, did he unburrow it again? I think he did. All right. Honestly, fine by me. We're chilling. It gets doing not bad. Doggos are chasing off the doggos. What's not to love? Help It Abomination continues to live. Yeah, this is going pretty well, I'd say. Far from a winning position, but definitely a decent one, I'd say. Although value trading stays different. According to the value trading, we're absolutely getting annihilated, but it feels not bad. It feels not bad. Help It needs to definitely pull back and heal. I'm gonna catch a chariot though. That's nice. This guy can just desummon too. You gotta remember, Value Tracker does not like skirmishers at all. You can't really trust it on that front. Oh crap. Dreadmaw routed off my artillery crew. Unfortunate. Let's see if we can reman that. Gotta be super careful here. It seems like things are going pretty well. We still have our skirms doing good. And he's gonna have to take a fight here, but he doesn't really have the chops to take a good fight. Yeah, we got storm vermin over here. They're chilling. This will be a great little vortex. Very nice. Ooh, look at that artillery piece too, just popping off. He's actually having a pretty hard time shutting down my artillery, I'm noticing. That's a pretty good sign for me. Look at that, big routes. And how's the Help It Abomination doing? Not bad. Yeah, very solid routes, all right. Yeah, that's gonna be painful. All right, so we'll just catch out his doggos. Help It needs to stay safe. I can see he's trying to make a play for it. But as long as we keep pulling it back, I think it'll be okay. And then we have some good old magic over here. Ah, Berserkers capture the point though. Definitely need to deal with them. At least the middle is still going well, and the artillery piece is just having a field day. Dreadmaw's being pretty annoying, but it hasn't actually shut down the artillery piece, which is the main thing. As long as it can stick around, I'm happy. And the Berserkers, they didn't end up doing super great here anyways. So if I can actually re-secure this point, I'm pretty happy. I just need a few doggos. And then I think we're looking pretty comfortable. Okay, I think the artillery's finally going down though. My Rad Ogres are not going to be able to win that, so we'll let them have it. Oh, okay, I can feel the value trading starting to get a little sus, I'm not gonna lie. We're gonna go for a sneaky point steal over here. Maybe some Warp Lightning. The capture points aren't going as well as I would hope for, right? It is a little bit sus. How my Rad Ogres here doing? Yeah. It is just a smidge. Just a smidge. Now I do have some triads here. This is mostly skin wolves, so I think it's mostly manageable. But yeah, just a little sketchy. Just a little sketchy. Help It gets its thing procced, all right. Let's see if Warp Lightning can help us here. I think that Help It should be able to rally, so at least we have that. Okay, we're gonna try going for this fight. That should be pretty decent for us. Bearman will go down. Okay, that's setting up for a good surround on his skin wolves. That's pretty nice. And if this fight goes well, then it's actually not that bad. We'll have some Skaven slaves there. It gets doing pretty good. Bearmen are routing. I might have enough spears here to actually give him a hard time. I just have to be a little careful with Ikit is all. But I think if we manage that, it's actually not bad. Especially with the Hell Pit coming on in. This is not a terrible position to be in. Just gonna keep running over there. Get some rat ogres. Ticket-wise, it's very close. Ah, there's the Ikit snipe though. She's going for Ikit Claw. Gotta be super careful that he doesn't die. Gonna net down the Manticore. Make sure that doesn't cause any issues. He did recapture a point here. I think ticket-wise, it's a little sketchy. It could be better. Though the big surround on Wolfric could potentially be a big win here. I think that has a lot of possible play. And the Hell Pit Abomination living is really nice. So we've broken the triple cap. Ooh, this is going to be a tough one. This is going to be really close. I don't know how this actually plays out. Like, we're going to have this point. We're going to have the middle point. Ikit Claw, though, is not looking pretty. That Manticore hurts. But at least there's no Spirit Leech. Gonna have to dodge that Manticore. Oh, Ikit. Ikit Claw looking kind of sus. He might get chased off. That would be rough. That would be rough. I do have this point, though. That is a double cap. That's not too bad. Berserkers are fairly surrounded. How's Ikit? Oof, he's dead. Ikit's dead, but I have a double cap. Leadership, though, is going to be problematic for the rest of the game. However, dang, that Manticore summon. That's gonna be rough. It's close, though. It's super close. Hell Pit's gone, though. If I can hold this point somehow, I think we have a chance. But it's going to be mass routes for the rest of the game now. Dang it. Oh my goodness. What a tussle. I think things were going not bad until the fall of Ikit Claw. Sending them into that blob for Wolfric to bully him really messed us up. I also should have taken Flintsing. Didn't have anything on that front. Oof. Oh man. Dang. Oh, I have a dog that's been idling. How long has that been AFK for? Well, we're still gonna play it out, but I think Norsk is just a little bit too much. Chieftain tech. Chieftain is nice, but like, I wouldn't have anything to spend my monies on, you know? Like, if I get a Chieftain, then, yeah, how does the economy work? I don't know if it actually works. I'd have to cut something to get a Chieftain. Though, they can be quite cheap, so I'm not going to say it's terrible. It's still kind of close, too. Just the funny part. Like, I am kind of starting to pull some things back. I got a couple dogs here. Oh, I lost a dog to a horseman summon? Bro. Oh, the dog play's not gonna work. Not without my lord, man. And the Berserkers was a really good call-in. Otherwise, my guys would have done a lot better. But we're gonna see if we can make a Hell Pit Abomination play. If I can rout off these Skin Wolves and steal the point, maybe. Oh, it just doesn't look like it's enough, though. Oh, man. Skaven matches are so sketchy. Every time it feels like we're doing okay, but then their late game is really bad. Yeah, there's not a lot I can do. Lord sniping too. Very annoying. There's not a lot you can do to actually prevent it. So that's gonna be GG. Well played. GG, well played. Dang. Alright. Spec slot for finals, please. Hell Pit was not bad. Storm Vermin were not bad. I think I just kind of flubbed on Ikit Claw. If I spammed more spells with him, I think we had a chance. So we were bullying the Barrowman a decent amount. How'd my artillery piece do? Pretty good, actually. 800. And distracted the Dreadmaw, though it did distract some rat ogres. So it kind of felt like we were dealing with the Dreadmaw. But the late game Manticore Lord Snipe, dang, that was rough. And his horsemen got a lot of value shooting the shooting my stuff. Dogs were not bad, skirmishers were not bad. Just a very close match. No way to kill the skin wolves though, which is problematic. Oof. What a fight. Alright, so we're gonna wait. I'm just gonna get a quick snack and then we may continue to the finals. Dang, Daniken lost. Poor rats. I've had more wins with Nurgle than Skaven. Rip. Yeah, the Hell Pit was not bad. I think if I knew the matchup a bit better, I can maybe squeeze out a Skaven win. But it feels like an uphill battle every time I play Skaven. I don't think I've ever power tripped a Skaven. Let's see. How do you deal with the Berserkers? I was thinking the Storm Vermin would kill Bearmen, but the Berserkers really messed me up. What's a new Skaven meta? I think you basically play the same way you used to. But maybe you take a couple of Storm Vermin. But like, currently the meta is you take some Skirmishers. You can take some Plague Claw Catapults to get value trading once you're sure they can't backline dive you. And you go mostly a lot of infantry with Poison Wind Globadiers. I could just do a return to Poison Wind Globadiers. That's not terrible. That Norska build, if I had a bunch of Globadiers, I think it would have been fine. They didn't actually have too many ways to punish it. Because if he unburrowed the Maw, I could just attack it with all my SEs. SFT Beastman Torox only? Mm. Mm-hmm. Skaven have a counter for Dreadmaws? Yeah, I saw more Skatar's Hellion. I thought about it, but I don't know if it's perfect. Because it's so much more expensive than a Dreadmaw. Yeah, it has a zap on its attacks, but like, what are you going to do? Like, if someone leaves a Dreadmaw underneath your Jezzails, are you going to leave a 1,650 unit, 50 gold unit below them doing nothing to defend it? It's just too expensive, right? If they do unburrow and misplay though, then yes, you do actually get a pick. And if you have a weapon team that is a win condition, that would also kind of work. So you can camp it on a weapon team to keep the weapon team safe, and that might actually be enough. Any silence effects on Skaven? I don't think so, maybe, but I'm pretty sure not. Are you still an Avalanche Mortar doubter? Alright, Morse Guitar's Hellion and Avalanche Mortars would kind of be sick. Though honestly, I think my biggest issue that game was the Skin Wolves. Skin Wolves were such a menace. I couldn't chase them off. I could route them with the Hell Pit, but they would just come back and regenerate, so it felt pretty bad overall. The Zap Cannon increases cooldowns by 10. Okay, yeah, but what that's just a stat. That doesn't change anything. Oh no, you're answering the question. Oh, I'm so sorry. My bad. That's on me. That's my. I'm all riled up for losing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Overcast Veil of Shadow silences? Really? Gotta get that Veil of Shadows tech for Dreadmaws. Yeah, maybe you do put a Morse Guitar's Hellion and Avalanche Mortars, and the rest is just melee. Then Norska has to fight you in kind of an awkward position. Maybe that works. Yeah, I think the likelihood of a Dreadmaw being nerfed is pretty high. Most content creators, when they're giving feedback to CA, it seems like there's agreement that Dreadmaws need some sort of nerf. So we should expect that. Yeah, I'll need to try out more playstyles. The format's kind of fun though, being able to counterpick people. It's a nice way to get practice on matchups that I might not usually get. If I just played a normal SFT, it feels like I get a bunch of matchups that are just not super common at all. But with this one, at least we're counterpicking, you know? Just take an Eshin Sorcerer. Yep. Just 700 gold to silence a Dreadmaw. I guess that is technically cheaper than the Dreadmaw, though. The problem is then you have to kill it still, but I guess it kind of goes there. Longer cooldowns on reburrowing. It is very elusive, the Dreadmaw. If they added even 5 seconds, if it had to stay up for 5 seconds before reburrowing, that would already put it in a much better position. Oh, so Adler beat Daniken's Corn with High Elves. Dang. The rematch win? Dang, classic matchup too. High elves versus dark elves. All right. Haven't seen this one in ages. So this SFT lasted about 4 hours. Oh, that's pretty nice. So I can alternate between the SFT and the single elim tournament. And then, yeah, there'll be longer tournaments and shorter tournaments. Next week, though, by the way, I'm going to be pretty busy. At most, I'm going to stream Monday and Tuesday, and then I'm off for the holidays. I'm going to be seeing family. Going to be doing more car shopping. So much car shopping, man. But, yeah, that's what I'm going to be up to. So, unfortunately, no Christmas stream, but work-life balance is nice. Also, yes, Knife Your Grudge match, much excitement. Oh, we're in. Let's go. How many cars are you buying? Oh boy. Yeah, hopefully I can just get something basic. $2025 Sky Cutter. Yo, speaking of, Aislinn on the chariot. The Sky Chariot, where's he at? There he is. How do you not fall off that? Anyways. It's Aislinn. Sad to see that we don't have that Mistwalker barrage thingy. People aren't really using that ability much. I feel like it's worth it if you have a few range units, but here, yeah, maybe not. Life Mage with healing. It's an Oceanid build. Some skirmishers are nice. What's not to love? Well, maybe this. The Dark Elves have whipped out the classic. The classic quad Scourge Runner Chariot build. Very standard. We got a bunch of some bleak swords.
Shall always protect Ulthuan.
But yeah, this is pretty scary. Dragon Sorceress of Dark Magic, okay. She got the Soul Stealer, some Blade Wind, Power of Darkness, alright.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
None of these are actually super great versus the Oceanids, so that is a slight W for the High Elves. Blade Wind will probably be used on the ship's company just to get a little bit of value. But yeah, her magic's not super great. Actually, no Doombolt. This is yeah, no Doombolt. Dang. All right. Doombolt is unbanned, so that is a little surprising. Here come the Reavers, though. So funny thing about Illyrian Reavers, they're cheap enough for Scourge Runners. It's not super worth it for Scourge Runners to shoot at Reaver Archers. Because they're maneuverable, you can actually dodge. You can see some really nice dodges from Adler. But also, even if they do hit, these guys are so cheap, it doesn't matter very much. Oceanids apparently too. They are not taking a lot of damage from those Scourge Runners. 50% missile resist doing quite well for them. This hill is actually making it a little awkward too. So I question if they'll actually get value. Potentially they don't. I think they mostly want to be shooting the Sea Elemental, but we'll see. Got the High Elves going very wide, by the way. That's opening them up to get charged over here. Ship's company getting blitzed by the Scourge Runners. Not the best situation for them. Is this aquatic? Are these guys getting aquatic bonuses? No. I don't know if this river counts as aquatic. No Doombolt because it might damage your caster more than the enemy. I don't want to talk about it. Well, yeah, pretty decent start. I think Dark Elves are probably taking a slight lead in terms of overall skirmish damage. You can see it reflected here. But ammunition usage wise, the High Elves can still absolutely pull back in terms of value. You can see they're taking a fairly nice charge here with the Illyrian Reavers, bullying the Dark Shards pretty hard. And this Dark Elf build doesn't lend itself very well to their passive, so don't expect a massive Dark Elf comeback later on. Oh, interesting. We have a Sorceress of Dark Magic here. Power of Darkness spam. So it looks like Ulrich Rahl really wants to go hard on that magic. Gonna have a little bit of a Reaver surround over here. Some solid bullying of the Dark Riders. So far, I'd say Adler is looking pretty good. Lots of routes on the infantry before the passive triggers. This is exactly what you want to happen. Plus, there's healing with the Mage of Life. Yeah, I think this is not bad for Adler. I think the biggest issue is that this Supreme Sorceress doesn't have too many threats. So they can just get a lot of work in. Though that slow is pretty funny. Dragons are supposed to be more maneuverable right now, but she's tired. If she gets caught here, that would actually be a massive, massive loss for Ulrich Rahl. But it looks like she will be able to slip away. Reavers are going to get caught out by the summons, so Scourge Runners will live too. But the High Elves, they're trading out one Reaver for pushing the Dark Elves back. That's a triple cap, 180 tickets a minute. And once they get to 1,500, that's just a win for them. So I think they're pretty happy about this, you know, this overall situation, even though there is a little bit of a downtrade there. But look at that. Supreme Sorceress getting rear charged by the Chariot. Aislinn has a charge bonus of 81, so getting charged by him is actually quite painful. And actually some pretty significant melee stats. Aislinn on a Chariot actually has better melee stats than the Dragon. Now, he lacks the armor piercing to actually hurt her that much. But definitely a decent tool for poking this lady down. Of course, Soul Sealers will keep her alive. She may even heal Cat because of that. But the damage overall is not bad. Fighting on point number 1 has shut down completely. So it's all going to be here. But with the Dark Elf passive triggered, I'm a little bit worried about this fight. So usually Dark Riders have pretty bad stats. And with the Writhing Mist, okay, yeah, 0 melee defense. You know what? All right, I guess that offsets the passive trigger. Holy, that's a massive melee defense debuff. That's from this elemental. When cast on enemy units, it reduces their leadership and melee defense. But still, the Illyrian Reavers are going to die. They get taken to Pound Town, but they're not the win condition. Win condition is rocking in right now. Fireborn have arrived. Looks like a Soul Sealer is gonna insta drop on them just to get any damage he can. But that's not gonna kill them. And here's the thing, they're gonna get healed up by the Mage of Life. They could potentially crush face, but already losing half HP, not super pretty. I think there was a Cold One Knight unit here, yeah. So it's a little rough for them. Win condition is now at half HP. Of course, there is still the Sea Elemental. And a risky landing from the Lord too. She does escape thanks to that new maneuverability, but there you go, there's the Earth Blood. So these Dragon Princes, likely they'll be sticking around for a bit more time. Scourge Runner Chariots technically have enough ammunition to kill them though, but he'll have to be very ammo efficient, otherwise there's not a lot that can really deal with them. Maybe a ton of Cold One Knights, but that's basically it. Ticket wise, High Elves are in the lead too. Cold One Knights decide to take a charge. Now this is very scary. If they don't rout off these forces soon, they could potentially be rear charged here. Thankfully for them, the damage is quite high, so they just wheel around, charge the Silver Helms. And it's a bit of a sketchy situation. Silver Helm's not too happy fighting alone against Cold One Knights. But man, look at that Sea Elemental. It's actually full HP right now. Almost 1,000 value. That might actually be a problem, because you see the Scourge Runners don't have the DPS to kill it. It's also massacring these Cold One Knights. It just got, holy, It just got 300 gold value on the charge. Are you kidding me? That's a third of a Cold One Knight. Jeez Louise, talk about a menace. Sea Elemental completely takes these Cold One Knights to Pound Town. And the Scourge Runner Chariots are now super low on the ammunition. Oceanids are also still quite healthy. I can't believe we're starting to see some Oceanids getting mixed in. Acelin is helping out. These Dark Riders can't kill them. 61 melee defense is just a little bit too much, especially with naval discipline. And things are looking a little sus now. Look at this guy. Sea Elemental. Absolutely cooking the world. 1350 gold value. If it kills another Cold One Knight, it's just dominating. It's just gonna dominate. There's its attack animation. Holy. Wow. Is this thing just really good versus cavalry? Jeez. All right. It's another 64 gold value right there. A little bit more. Gets about 100 gold in 2 attacks. Pretty scary. If I was a Dark Elf player, I'd be a little worried. They are securing the double cap though, but if we look at the ticket situation, they only kind of barely win on a 2 cap. So, I'm a little worried. I'm a little worried for the Dark Elves because this is not going to hold. Just some Dark Riders and such. Lord is looking real low. I don't know how many Soul Stealers she has left, but this Mage of Life is just going to be power healing these guys. Look at that. Another Fireborn heal, another Acelin heal. But there is a pretty fun play to be made though, so look at this. So the Chariots, they might be out of ammunition, but that doesn't mean they're not useful. Even though you can't fight, you can still capture. And with all the Chariots combined, that's 12 capture weight. Now this thing smacks one of them for a lot of damage. Man, Sea Elementals are scary. Over here, we got a bit of a tussle. Silver Helms are kind of suffering, but I think the High Elves are still barely going to come out on top. Regar's Pride have a massive leadership debuff. And it's going to rout off all of these fools. Yeah, there they go. So pretty good overall. Was that a terror route? No, no terror routes. Value trading wise, High Elves are doing good. But they still need to actually secure points. And that's the one big downside of the Sea Elemental. Gets another hit on the Scourge Runner Chariot though. It's made back its value. And it's still at full HP. But in these late game situations, if you just get avoided for the whole battle, you're not really doing that much. Though, man, look at that speed. 65 speed. Full HP. It doesn't need more heals. I think Dark Elves have no intention of actually killing this thing for the rest of the game. Now, if it gets ignored properly, you can also desummon it, but that doesn't feel super great either. So the High Elves, instead, they're just going to keep them to be a solid rotating centerpiece. Cold One Knights are 66 speed. This is 65. So technically, it is actually like the same speed as Cold One Knights. So maybe it's not that slow. It's kind of terrifying. It's keeping up with the Dragon Princes. Okay, I see how it is. Soul Steel is going to drop though. But take a look at that HP on the Cold One Knights. Oh, there we go. That's about 15% off from one attack of this bad boy. Plus the Dragon Princes are landing their hits in now. This is not a good fight to take for the Dark Elves. Plus the point is captured. And the Cold One Knights are already half HP. Sea Elemental showing that it is indeed a monster to be worth taking. Scourge Runners see a double route. Look at this thing. It just don't die. It's just chilling. This thing's terrifying. If you don't have a strong enough fighter to kill the Sea Elemental, and you can't army wipe the High Elves, it's just such a menace. The speed, especially for slower speed cavalry factions like the Dark Elves, I think that's where it's the biggest menace. Not to mention not having as much shooting. It's pretty rough. So Hail Mary play is starting to activate. He sends in the Supreme Sorceress to just try and get a little bit of deeps in. If she gets lucky, she'll land a lot of attacks and maybe kill things, but she's just being ignored, man. Mr. Adler. Adler sees a unit with capture weight. They're like, not today. Go straight for the throat. Cold One Knights are suffering. Fireborn are going to barely survive too. And what's left? What's left for the Dark Elves? Okay, there's still one Cold One Knight. The Supreme Sorceress, I think Adler doesn't want to kill her. They just want to kill everything with capture weight and win on tickets. Which we're getting close to the point where a 1 cap is actually a victory. So it's a little sus. In fact, I think we're just about to tip over where Adler wins on a 1 cap. And that's a really bad sign. Because the Sea Elemental's going to hold the point like no one's business. Yo, I feel like, yeah, the game could have more aquatic shenanigans. And hey, Caprillo, thank you very much for the 11-month sub. Very much appreciated, good sir or ma'am or whatever you prefer. Let's take a look over here. Regar's Pride. They do get a nice charge on the Dark Riders. Bit of a back cap over here. And I'm sensing a severe lack of Dark Elves at this moment. Yeah, it's just a Dark Rider. It's just a Dark Rider. Cheers from Spain. Hello. Yeah, this is a little bit too much. Sea Elemental's been cooking all game. 2,400 gold worth of value. That's bonkers, man. Fighting the dragon. It hasn't been hit once because it has 73 melee defense. This lady can't land a hit. The poor Supreme Sorceress. Now, she has a lot of value from Soul Stealers, but it's not enough. It's not enough. The Dark Elves lose to the Ocean build. What? Dang, look at that. Ocean is actually seeing some play. I do quite like them in these kind of mobile builds because they are rather fast. They're really good for cleanup. Scourge Runners did pay for themselves, but not enough to hard carry, right? Caster Lord was fun. But it is really interesting to see how much of a hard time Dark Elves have when they can't win that mobility fight. Typically, before, the only armor-piercing option you would have was the Fireborn, which also did really well, by the way. But it was just the Fireborn. So with 4 Cold One Knights, they would get overwhelmed and eventually killed. With just a little bit more oomph, suddenly the High Elves have an option to fight the Dark Elves in a straight-up fight. And they suffered hard for it. Sea Elemental seems like an amazing heavy cav counter. Very nice to see. Is Aquatic the most useless trait in the game? I think there's probably worse ones, but Aquatic is quite down there. I think there are some traits that are actually bad for the unit, though. At least they used to be. But most of them have been removed. Well, there you go. GG's. Congratulations to Adler. Congrats. Adler on the High Elf win. Nice to see some ocean builds. Well played. Well played. And to all of you, we will be closing out the stream. I will double check to see if somebody's streaming. I know Battlesea's been streaming more recently, but I don't know if his stream is still going. So we're just going to quickly check that and we're good. Come on, Twitch, load. What are you doing? All right, my Twitch isn't loading. Did they not want me to raid? There we go. Raid channel. Who's streaming? Let's see here. Is Battlesea streaming? I think he might have packed up for the day. Anyone I recognize? Dang it, no one. All right, well, call it a day then. Peace out. Have a wonderful rest of your day. We'll be back on Friday. And of course, thank you very much to our top tier supporters. Michael Phillip, Miss New Booty, Clint, Bayushi Thomas, Benjo Kakulandia, Obese Chicken, Pisano the Duck, Naldor, and Ogan Donor. You guys are great. And you keep the stream going, which is very nice.